The Windsors are the reigning royal house of the United Kingdom, formally established in 1917 during the reign of King George V. Their origins, however, stretch far deeper into European history. Before becoming Windsor, the family belonged to the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, a German dynasty connected to many European royal families. The rebranding to Windsor happened during World War I, when anti-German sentiment in Britain became intense. To preserve public trust, King George V chose a name that sounded English, patriotic, and deeply tied to British heritage. Thus, the modern identity of the monarchy was built around Windsor Castle, one of the oldest royal residences. Throughout the 20th century, the Windsors navigated profound political, social, and cultural changes. The abdication crisis of 1936 remains one of the most dramatic turning points. King Edward VIII surrendered the throne to marry Wallis Simpson, a twice-divorced American woman, causing a constitutional shockwave. His younger brother, George VI, unexpectedly became king and led Britain through World War II with courage and quiet resilience. His dedication restored public faith during a time of hardship. Upon his death in 1952, his daughter became Queen Elizabeth II. Her reign lasted 70 years, making her the longest-serving monarch in British history. She guided the monarchy through the end of the British Empire, the rise of the Commonwealth, the Cold War, the Digital Revolution, and the shifting expectations of a modern democratic society. Under her leadership, the Windsors evolved from a symbol of empire into a more global, ceremonial, and media-aware institution. Yet the family has also been marked by scandals, tragedies, and intense public scrutiny. The marriage and divorce of Charles and Diana, Princess of Wales, captivated the world, and Diana's death in 1997 left a permanent emotional scar on the monarchy's image. The 21st century brought further challenges, conflicts within the family, shifting public opinion, and debates about the relevance of monarchy. Today, the dynasty continues under King Charles III, who focuses on modernisation, environmental advocacy, and streamlining royal duties. Prince William represents the future generation, balancing tradition with contemporary expectations. The family remains a symbol of continuity, statecraft, and national identity in the United Kingdom, one that is watched, judged, and analysed more than any royal household in existence. The Windsors' history is a story of adaptation. They survived world wars, political crises, global media storms, and internal fractures. Their ability to reshape their image repeatedly, sometimes out of necessity, sometimes out of strategy, has allowed them to remain one of the most recognised and influential royal families in the world. Now, to understand how this great British oak weathered such storms, we must first touch the soil from which it grew, a soil rich with history and quiet contradictions. Close your eyes. Let the brightness of the modern world fade into a soft velvet grey. Imagine the heavy, damp air of London at the turn of the 20th century. It is a city of contrasts, where the sharp, acrid scent of coal smoke hangs low over the Thames, mingling with the faint aroma of brewing tea and the polished leather of carriage seats. Can you hear the rhythmic clatter of hooves on wet cobblestones? The muffled tolling of Big Ben through the fog. Feel the texture of heavy wool coats and stiff collars, the atmosphere thick with the weight of an empire that stretches across the globe. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We find ourselves in the twilight of the Victorian era, a time that feels impossibly distant, yet strangely familiar. Though we know this family today as the Windsors, the very essence of Britishness. In 1901, the royal family was, in blood and name, fundamentally German. This is where the tension between myth and reality begins. The myth suggests an unbroken line of English kings and queens, stretching back to the mists of Avalon. but the reality was a complex tapestry of European dynastic alliances. The matriarch, Queen Victoria, was the last monarch of the House of Hanover, but her children took the name of her beloved husband, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Albert, a man so serious he arguably invented the concept of the workaholic prince, had brought with him not just a German surname, but a distinct cultural gravity. At the royal dinner tables, the conversation often flowed effortlessly between English and German, a private code for a family that was, in many ways, a class unto themselves, floating above the concept of nationality. To understand the Windsors, we must understand that before 1917, the royal courts of Europe were not separate entities, but one sprawling, bickering, affectionate family. They were cousins who wrote letters to one another in intimate, teasing prose, even as their governments manoeuvred battleships into position. King George the Far, the man who would eventually create the Windsor name, was first cousin to both Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany and Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. In fact, George and Nicholas looked so remarkably alike that at family weddings they would often swap uniforms to confuse the guests, a bit of royal mischief that seems charming until one considers the tragic divergence of their fates. It is said that when they stood together, beard to beard, blue eyes to blue eyes, they appeared not just as relatives but as reflections in a cracked mirror. This era, the calm before the storm, was the final golden hour of this cousin's Europe. The House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha sat at the very centre of it. Historians still argue whether the British monarchy could have survived the 20th century without the radical shedding of this German identity, questioning if the Windsor invention was a masterstroke of public relations or a desperate necessity. But in the early 1900s, such a change was unthinkable. The king was simply the king, and his German cousins were simply his family. The narrative of the Windsors officially begins with the death that felt like the end of the world. When Queen Victoria died in January 1901, the sky over the Solent was the colour of bruised slate. Her funeral procession was not merely a British event, it was the largest gathering of European royalty in history. Kings and princes walked behind the gun carriage, their greatcoats buttoned against the chill, their breath rising in the little white clouds. Among them was the future King George V, walking with a heavy heart, and beside him the German Kaiser, his cousin Willie, who at that time was still an admired, if somewhat erratic relative. There is a profound irony in this image. The men who would, in just over a decade, order millions of soldiers to kill one another, were here united in grief, bonded by blood and the shared, peculiar burden of wearing a crown. The story of the Windsors is often told as a story of British resilience, but its prologue is a story of European tragedy. The family tree was so intertwined that it resembled a vine choking the structure it grew upon. At this moment, however, the threat of war was just a murmur on the horizon, quiet as a heartbeat. The immediate transition was from the dour, black-clad mourning of Victoria to the cigar smoke and champagne era of her son, Edward VII. The House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha was about to enjoy its brief, glittering summer in the sun before the winter set in. As we stand here in the gaslight, watching the Victorian age fade into history, we can feel the shift. The stiff, moral certainty of the 19th century is dissolving. A new world is struggling to be born, one of automobiles, electricity, and terrifyingly modern warfare. The family that rules over this changing landscape is comfortable, secure, and utterly unaware that their name, the very label of their identity, is living on borrowed time. They are the Saxe-Coburgs, secure on the greatest throne on earth. But history, like a slow-moving river, is already eroding the banks beneath their feet. The Windsor name does not yet exist. It is waiting in the future, waiting for a moment when survival demands a new mask. For now, let us rest in this moment of quietude where the only sound is the rustle of silk and the distant comforting chime of the clocks in the palace, counting down the seconds of an era that will never come again. The stage is set, the actors are in place, and the curtain is slowly rising on a drama that will redefine what it means to be a king in a world that is slowly forgetting how to kneel. The transition from the Victorian era to the Edwardian age was not merely a turning of the calendar page. It felt like the sudden opening of heavy velvet curtains in a dark room, allowing a flood of warm, golden afternoon light to spill across the dusty floorboards. If the previous age had been defined by restraint, industry, and the colour black, the new reign of King Edward VII, known affectionately to his family and eventually his people as Bertie, was defined by pleasure, leisure, and a distinct appreciation for the finer things in life. The world seemed to exhale. The rigid corset of the 19th century was loosening, replaced by the soft rustle of silk and the clinking of crystal glasses at garden parties that stretched long into the twilight. We are now drifting through what historians often call the Golden Summer, a decade that in retrospect feels like a beautiful, hazy dream before a rude awakening. To understand the House of Windsor, we must understand this brief interlude where the monarchy became human, accessible, and undeniably fashionable. Edward VII was 59 years old when he ascended the throne, having held the title of Prince of Wales longer than anyone before him. He had waited in the wings for decades, filling his time not with state papers, which his mother, Queen Victoria, famously refused to show him, but with travel, socialising, and the cultivation of an exquisite if expensive lifestyle. When he finally took the crown, many feared he would be a disaster. He was known for his appetites, for food, for tobacco, for the company of beautiful women, and for the thrill of the racetrack. Yet herein lies one of the great paradoxes of royal history. The playboy prince transformed almost overnight into the peacemaker king. He brought to the throne a skill that cannot be taught in constitutional textbooks, immense social intelligence. He turned the monarchy into a diplomatic weapon of charm. Picture him now, a man of substantial girth and bearded joviality, stepping off a train in Paris. The French, at this time, were largely hostile to the British, their newspapers filled with scathing caricatures of the gluttonous English king. Yet within days, Edward had won them over. He spoke their language fluently, with a perfect rolling accent that delighted the Parisian ear. He attended the opera, waved away the security guards to walk amongst the crowds, and complimented a famous actress with such genuine warmth that the city fell in love with him. His visit paved the way for the Entente Cordiale, the friendly understanding between Britain and France that would prove crucial in the dark years to come. It is a lovely historical irony that a man who spent his life avoiding work ended up doing some of the most important work of the century, simply by being his charming, indulgent self. The atmosphere of the Edwardian court was one of sensory overload, a sharp contrast to the gloom of Windsor Castle under Victoria. Imagine the scent of Turkish tobacco smoke. Edward smoked 20 cigarettes and 12 enormous cigars a day, drifting through the high-ceilinged rooms of Sandringham House. He insisted on warmth and light, and he introduced the concept of Sandringham time, setting all the clocks on the estate half an hour ahead to squeeze every last drop of daylight out of the hunting season, a quirk that suggests a man desperate to hold on to time, perhaps knowing he had so little of it left. The food was legendary. Dinner was a marathon of 8 to 10 courses, rich with truffles, cream, and game birds, served with a speed that would make a modern diner dizzy. There was a gentle humour in the fact that Edward, whose waistline measured 48 inches, once reportedly told a tailor that he didn't mind what people said about him, as long as they didn't say he was late for dinner. He was a king, who understood that royalty was a performance, and he played the lead role with gusto, turning the monarchy into a spectacle of pageantry that the public adored. However, beneath the veneer of endless shooting parties and weekend retreats, a quiet debate still simmers among scholars regarding Edward's true political weight. Some historians argue that his influence was largely cosmetic, a triumph of style over substance, suggesting that the geopolitical alliances formed during his reign were the work of government ministers, with the king merely cutting the ribbons. Others contend that in an era where monarchs still held personal sway over foreign policy, Edward's personal relationships with his European relatives were the glue holding a fracturing continent together. He was the uncle of Europe, related by blood or marriage to nearly every other sovereign. He scolded his nephew, the German Kaiser Wilhelm II, with the exasperated authority of a senior family member, often diffusing tensions that diplomats could not touch. It was a unique form of international relations conducted not in boardrooms, but in the smoking rooms of palaces, over brandy and billiards. Yet, even the brightest summer must yield to autumn. As we float through this decade of opulence, we can sense the shadows lengthening on the lawn. The Edwardian era was vibrant, but it was also fragile. The new technology that fascinated the king. He was an early adopter of the motor car, roaring down country lanes at the terrifying speed of 20 miles per hour, frightening the horses and delighting the local children, was also being applied to the machinery of war. In the shipyards, dreadnoughts were being hammered into existence. In the laboratories, new chemicals were being mixed. The king, with his wheezing chest and weary eyes, seemed to sense the coming storm. His health, strained by years of excess, began to fail. The peacemaker spent his final years trying to soothe the ego of his volatile nephew in Berlin, but the family bonds that had once secured the peace were fraying under the weight of nationalism. In May 1910, the king fell ill at Buckingham Palace. The end came swiftly, like a sudden drop in temperature. Outside the palace gates, a silent crowd gathered, not in the formal black of Victorian mourning, but in the varied dress of a modern populace that had genuinely liked this human, flawed, approachable man. It is said that his son, the future George V, wrote in his diary that he had lost his best friend and his father. As Edward lay dying, Halley's comet was visible in the night sky, a celestial streak of light that appears only once every 76 years. People gazed up at it, with a mixture of wonder and dread, interpreting it as an omen. The king died just before midnight, and with his last breath, the golden light of the Edwardian afternoon was extinguished. The party was over. The guests were putting down their glasses and looking toward the windows where the sky was turning a bruised and angry purple. The funeral of Edward VII was the last great gathering of the European monarchs, a reprise of his mother's funeral 9 years prior, but with a darker undercurrent. 9 kings rode in the procession, their horses stepping in unison, their uniforms blazing with medals. It was a pageant of such splendour that it masked the reality. This was the funeral of the old world order. Among the riders was the new king, George V. He was a very different man from his father. Smaller, quieter, obsessed with stamp collecting and punctuality. A naval officer by training who preferred a quiet evening at home to a gala in Paris. He looked at the sea of faces and the gathering storm clouds over Europe, and he must have felt the immense weight of the crown settling onto his brow. He was not a charismatic diplomat. He was a dutiful sailor who had just been handed the helm of a ship sailing directly into a hurricane. The golden summer had passed into memory, and the winds of winter were beginning to howl. The Cousins' War was about to begin. The summer of 1914 was recorded as one of the most beautiful in living memory. The sun shone with a relentless, golden intensity upon the cricket pitches of England and the wheat fields of France, baking the earth warm and filling the air with the lazy drone of bees. It was a season of such idyllic perfection that it felt, in retrospect, like a cruel trick of nature, a soft velvet cushion placed beneath a world that was about to fall from a great height. King George V, now settled into the rhythm of his reign, looked out upon this peaceful empire with the quiet satisfaction of a man who preferred stability above all else. He was not a philosopher king, nor a warrior king. He was a stamp collector, a lover of the sea, a man who found comfort in the precise chime of a clock and the predictable order of a naval manifest. He viewed his role as a guardian of continuity, yet across the narrow channel of water that separated his island from the continent, the complex web of family alliances that had once guaranteed peace was beginning to pull tight, like a knot suddenly jerked by an unseen hand. The Cousins' War was not just a geopolitical catastrophe, it was a domestic tragedy played out on the scale of empires, a family feud that would burn down the House of Europe. To understand the heartbreak of George VI in these months, we must remember the intimacy of the players. The German Kaiser, Wilhelm II, was not a faceless enemy general. He was Cousin Willie, the eldest grandson of Queen Victoria, a man who had held George in his arms as a child and who possessed a volatile, bombastic personality that the British royals found both exhausting and strangely endearing. The Tsar of Russia, Nicholas II, was Cousin Nicky, a gentle, soft-spoken man who looked so much like George that they were essentially twins, separated by geography. These three men, George, Willie, and Nicky, referred to each other by these nursery nicknames in their private correspondence, writing letters filled with gossip, holiday plans, and complaints about their ministers. It is a surreal historical reality that the fate of millions rested in the hands of three men who were accustomed to seeing each other at weddings and yachting regattas. There is a scholarly debate that persists to this day regarding the agency of these monarchs. Did they truly have the power to stop the slide into war, or were they merely crowned figureheads carried along by the tidal waves of nationalism and military timetables? The tragedy lies in the fact that they believed they could stop it. They believed that the blood they shared was thicker than the ink of treaties. The spark, when it came, happened far away in Sarajevo, a city that felt as distant to the average Londoner as the moon. As the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand was initially viewed by George V as a terrible crime against a fellow royal, but not necessarily a prelude to Armageddon, the courts of Europe went into mourning, turning their stationery black-edged, but the summer holidays continued. It was a slow-motion collapse. As July burned into August, the diplomatic cables began to fly between Berlin, St. Petersburg, and London with frantic speed. This is where we see the most poignant artifact of the era, the Willie-Nicky telegrams. In the final hours of peace, the Kaiser and the Tsar wrote to each other directly, bypassing their governments in a desperate attempt to pull back from the brink. "I appeal to you to help me," Nicholas wrote to Wilhelm. "An ignoble war has been declared to a weak country," Wilhelm replied, urging Russia to stand down. They signed them, "Your affectionate and devoted cousin." It reads like a conversation between two brothers standing in a room filling with gas, arguing over who should open the window, neither realizing that the match has already been struck. King George V watched this exchange from London with mounting horror. He was the anchor, the constitutional monarch who lacked the autocratic power of his cousins, but possessed the steady hand of a sailor. He desperately wanted neutrality. He told the American ambassador that the idea of a European war was madness. Yet the machinery of alliances, the Triple Entente, the defence pacts, was grinding into motion with a metallic shriek that drowned out the voices of the cousins. When Germany violated the neutrality of Belgium, a scrap of paper that Britain was honour bound to defend, George's hand was forced. It is said that when the ultimatum to Germany expired at 11 hours p.m. on August 4th, a strange silence fell over Buckingham Palace. The king did not cheer, he did not make a grand speech from the balcony. He wrote in his diary, in his typically understated style, "It is a terrible catastrophe, but it is not our fault. Please God, it may soon be over." Outside, the crowds gathered in the mall, singing "God Save the King," unaware that the world they knew was ending. The king looked out at them, a solitary figure behind the glass, knowing that the enemy he was now sworn to destroy was the same man with whom he had shared sailing trips and family dinners. The psychological toll on George V was immense. As the first reports of casualties began to arrive, not in the hundreds but in the thousands, and then the tens of thousands, the war ceased to be a glorious cavalry charge and revealed itself as an industrial slaughterhouse. The king, always a man of deep, if quiet emotion, felt the loss of every soldier as a personal failure of the order he represented. He banished alcohol from the royal palaces for the duration of the war as a gesture of solidarity with the austere conditions of his people, a noble sentiment, though his ministers grumbled mightily about having to endure the king's dry lunches while the world fell apart. There is a touch of dry humour in the image of the king sipping water and grimly eating mutton while his government officials longed for a glass of claret, but it underscored his desperate need to do something, to share the burden of a war he could not fight. He began to visit the troops, the hospitals, and the factories, his beard growing greyer, his eyes more shadowed. He was no longer just a cousin in a royal network. He was becoming the father figure of a nation under siege. Meanwhile, the bonds of family were snapping one by one. The Kaiser, furious at Britain's entry into the war, stripped George of his honorary commands in the German regiments and reportedly shouted that George had lied to him. The Tsar, isolated in Russia, was leading his own empire toward a cliff edge. The tragic irony was absolute. The King of England was fighting the German Emperor to save the Russian Tsar, and yet the war would ultimately destroy two of them and leave the third forever changed. The International of Monarchs, that great transcontinental club of kings, was dead. In its place rose the hard, cold reality of national survival. George V began to realise that being a Saxe-Coburg was no longer a harmless piece of genealogy. It was a liability. The German Gotha bombers that began to rain death upon London schools and homes carried the same name as the king's own family house. The whispers began in the streets, quiet at first, then growing louder. Who is he? Is he one of us, or one of them? The king, who loved England with a fierce, simple devotion, found these whispers more painful than any physical blow. He was trapped between his blood and his duty, a ghost in his own palace, watching the golden summer of 1914 turn into the iron winter of war. The world had changed, and he knew, with the instinct of a survivor, that if the monarchy did not change with it, they would follow the Romanovs and the Hohenzollerns into the abyss. The time for cousins was over. The time for the Windsors was approaching. By the dawn of 1917, the atmosphere in London had shifted from the patriotic fervour of the war's early days to a grim, grey-scale endurance. The city was tired. The novelty of uniforms had worn off, replaced by the sight of wounded men on crutches and the deepening hollows in the eyes of mothers waiting for telegrams that never came. But there was a new, sharper fear in the air, one that came not from the trenches of the Somme, but from the sky above the Thames. The war had come home. For the first time in history, death was raining down from the clouds, delivered by a new breed of heavy bomber aircraft known as the Gotha G. These machines were terrifying technological marvels, their engines droning with a low, vibrating hums that could be felt in the chest before the planes were even visible against the grey slate of the English sky. When they dropped their payloads, the destruction was indiscriminate, shattering schools and homes, turning the safe haven of the capital into a front line. Here lies the cruelest twist of fate for King George IV. The very name of the aircraft killing his subjects was also the name of his own family. The Gotha bomber and the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha shared a label that was rapidly becoming the most hated word in the British Empire. The king, a man who checked the barometer every morning and worried about his dahlias, found himself in the impossible position of sharing a surname with the enemy's weapon of terror. It was a public relations nightmare of existential proportions. The whispers in the streets were no longer whispers, they were shouts. "Get the Germans out," was the cry, directed not just at the Kaiser, but at the man sitting in Buckingham Palace. The anti-German hysteria of 1917 was a fever that gripped the nation, often spilling over into the absurd and the tragic. Shopkeepers with German-sounding names saw their windows smashed. The music of Beethoven and Bach was banned from concert halls. And in a fit of canine patriotism, the German shepherd dog was hastily renamed the Alsatian, a linguistic camouflage that persists to this day. There's a dark humour in the image of British aristocrats solemnly explaining to their neighbours that their dachshunds were actually liberty hounds, but for the royal family the threat was genuine. The final straw came not from a bomb, but from a pen. H.G. Wells, the famous author, and a man who never shied away from poking the establishment, wrote a scathing article referring to the British court as alien and uninspiring. The comment stung the king deeply. He was reported to have thrown the newspaper down and muttered, "I may be uninspiring, but I'll be damned if I'm alien." It was a rare moment of flash-fire temper from a man known for his restraint, but it signalled that the breaking point had been reached. The king realised that to survive, the monarchy had to do something radical. It had to cease being European and become entirely, undeniably British. The German titles, the German honours, the German names, they all had to go. The House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha had to die so that the British monarchy could live. But what to call themselves? The search for a new name was conducted with the secrecy of a military operation and the anxiety of a family trying to name a new puppy, only with the stakes being the survival of a 1,000-year-old institution. The King's private secretary, Lord Stamfordham, a man of immense discretion and wisdom, led the hunt. They scoured the history books. Tudor was suggested, but quickly rejected. The Tudors were undoubtedly English, but their history was blood-soaked, filled with beheadings and religious turmoil that the modern monarchy wished to avoid. Stuart was considered, but dismissed for similar reasons of historical baggage and a tendency toward getting overthrown. Plantagenet was too archaic, sounding like something out of a dusty tapestry rather than a modern constitutional head of state. There were even stranger suggestions, names like Fitzroy or d'Este, which sounded more like country estates than dynasties. The king grew frustrated. He needed a name that felt solid, a name that tasted of oak and rain and ancient stone. It was Lord Stamfordham who finally found the answer, perhaps while looking out a window at the great royal residence that had stood guard over the River Thames since the days of William the Conqueror. "Windsor," he suggested. The brilliance of Windsor lay in its simplicity. It was not just a name, it was a place. It was the castle, the physical anchor of the monarchy, a fortress of grey stone rising from the green English earth. It evoked stability, continuity, and a deep almost mystical connection to the land itself. It was a name that sounded like it had been there forever, even though, as a dynastic title, it was brand new. The king loved it. On July 17, 1917, a royal proclamation was issued, declaring that the name of Windsor is to be borne by his royal house and family, and relinquishing all German titles and dignities. With the stroke of a pen, the Saxe-Coburgs vanished into the mist. The king also forced his relatives to follow suit. His cousin, Prince Louis of Battenberg, a loyal servant of the Royal Navy who had been heartbreakingly forced to resign as First Sea Lord due to his German heritage, anglicised his name to Mountbatten. The text became the Cambridges. It was a sweeping act of rebranding, arguably the most successful corporate restructuring in history. Overnight, the complex multinational web of European royalty was severed, and a purely British family stood in its place. Historians often debate the true impact of this moment. Some argue it was merely cosmetic, a superficial change that altered nothing of the family's blood or behaviour. Others contend it was the single most important decision George V ever made, a masterful stroke of political intuition that saved the British monarchy from the wave of republicanism that was about to sweep away the Romanovs, the Habsburgs, and the Hohenzollerns. By becoming Windsor, the king aligned himself unequivocally with his people. He was stating in no uncertain terms that his loyalty lay not with his cousins in Berlin or St. Petersburg, but with the shopkeepers in London and the miners in Wales. He was cutting the cord. The reaction across the Channel confirmed the significance of the move. When Kaiser Wilhelm II heard the news, he reportedly chuckled and remarked that he was looking forward to seeing a performance of the Shakespeare play, The Merry Wives of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. It was a witty jibe, typical of the Kaiser, but it masked a bitter realisation. The British king had just outmanoeuvred him. George had chosen his people over his tribe. As the ink dried on the proclamation, a subtle shift occurred in the psyche of the royal family. They began to believe in their own new identity. The Windsor name acted like a shield, deflecting the arrows of criticism. The king, who had felt so vulnerable, so exposed by his foreign roots, now felt the metaphorical stone walls of the castle rising around him. He was Windsor. His children were Windsor. The future was Windsor. The sensory shift was palpable. The heavy velvet drapes of the Victorian German courts were pulled down, replaced by the sturdy, pragmatic tweed of the English country squire. The Windsor identity was crafted to be dutiful, domestic, and distinctively unintellectual, a family that preferred dogs and horses to philosophy and politics, mirroring the idealised life of the British upper class. It was a survival strategy wrapped in a flag. As 1917 drew to a close, with the war still raging and the world still bleeding, George V stood on the balcony of his palace, no longer a German prince stranded in a hostile land, but the patriarch of a new indigenous dynasty. He had severed the roots that bound him to the continent, and in doing so, he had allowed his family to strike new roots deep into the British soil. Roots that would hold fast against the terrible storms yet to come. The House of Saxe-Coburg was dead. Long live the House of Windsor. If the creation of the name Windsor was the shield that protected the British monarchy, the events that followed in the frozen wastelands of Russia were the hidden scars beneath the armour, a wound that would never truly heal in the heart of King George V. We must now cast our minds eastward, away from the grey stone of Windsor Castle, across a war-torn continent, to the snow-covered expanse of the Russian Empire, where the sky feels vast and heavy, pressing down on a world in collapse. It is here, in the Russian shadow, that the newly christened House of Windsor faced its first and perhaps its most haunting moral test. The bond between King George V and Tsar Nicholas II cannot be overstated. They were not merely cousins, they were soulmates of a sort, mirroring each other in appearance and temperament. They were the royal twins, two bearded, blue-eyed men who preferred the quiet life of family and country sports to the terrifying complexities of modern governance. But while George had adapted to the constitutional limits of his role, anchoring himself to the will of his people, Nicholas had drifted into the dangerous waters of autocracy, believing his power was divinely ordained and untouchable. By 1917, history had called his bluff. The Russian Revolution had shattered the silence of St. Petersburg, or Petrograd as it was then called, replacing the polite waltzes of the Winter Palace with the roar of hungry crowds and the crack of rifle fire. Nicholas had been forced to abdicate, stripping himself of the title Tsar and becoming simply Colonel Romanov, a citizen under house arrest, bewildered by the sudden turning of the tide. At first, the solution seemed obvious. In the unspoken code of kings, when one monarch falls, the others open their doors. It was the royal safety net. The British government, led by Prime Minister Lloyd George, initially offered asylum to the Tsar and his family. The plan was simple. A British cruiser would slip through the icy waters of the north, collect the imperial family, and spirit them away to the safety of the English countryside, perhaps to a quiet estate where Nicholas could live out his days gardening and writing his diary, far from the Bolsheviks. It was the expected move. It was the humane move. But then, the shadows began to lengthen in the corridors of Buckingham Palace. The king, who had just spent months agonising over his German name, began to look at the proposal with a growing sense of dread. He realised that inviting the bloody Tsar, as Nicholas was known by the radical left in Britain, onto English soil might be the spark that ignited a revolution in London. The British working class was tired of war, tired of rationing, and deeply suspicious of royalty. Bringing the autocrat Nicholas and his wife Alexandra, who was not only German by birth, but widely disliked for her aloofness, into their midst was political suicide. Here lies the heart of the tragedy, and the subject of intense historical debate. For decades, the narrative was that the British government had blocked the asylum request, but documents released years later revealed a more uncomfortable truth. It was King George V himself who hesitated. It was the king, through his private secretary Lord Stamfordham, who sent the letters suggesting that the invitation be withdrawn. It is a moment of profound psychological complexity. Imagine the king sitting at his desk in the quiet hours of the morning, the rain lashing against the window pane. He's looking at a photograph of his cousin, the man who has his face, the man he loves. But he is also hearing the chants of the crowds outside, the Gotha taunts, the fragile silence of a nation on the edge. He had to choose between his heart and his crown. In the end, the survival instinct of the Windsors won out. He prioritised the safety of his own throne over the life of his cousin. The offer of asylum was rescinded. The ship never sailed. The iron door of history slammed shut, leaving the Romanovs trapped in the gathering dark of revolutionary Russia. There is a poignant, almost absurd tragedy in the character of Nicholas II during this time. He was a man who, if the world were burning down around him, would likely note in his diary that the smoke was ruining the view of the sunset. He seemed unable to grasp the danger he was in, believing until the very end that his dear cousin Georgie would save him. He and his family, the Empress Alexandra, their 4 daughters, and the fragile haemophiliac son, Alexei, were moved from palace to house arrest, and finally to the House of Special Purpose in Ekaterinburg. The name itself sounds like something from a dark fairy tale. The conditions were grim. The sensory world of the Romanovs shrank from golden ballrooms to whitewashed windows that blocked the view of the street, the smell of damp plaster, and the constant, unnerving gaze of the guards. Yet they remained a family, huddling together, playing cards, praying, and waiting for the rescue that had already been cancelled in a polite letter sent from London. On the night of July 16th, 1918, the end came. It is a scene that has been replayed in nightmares for a century, but we need not dwell on the graphic horror to feel the weight of it. We only need to feel the cold basement air, the confusion of the sleepy children woken in the middle of the night, told they were being moved for their safety. We feel the sudden, terrifying shift in the atmosphere when the command was read aloud. And then, the smoke, the chaos, the silence. The Romanov dynasty, which had ruled for 300 years, was extinguished in a flurry of violence in a cellar in the Urals. When the news reached London, it hit King George V with the force of a physical blow. He was attending a church service when the telegram arrived. He sat in his pew, the stained glass casting colourful patterns on the floor, and wept. In his diary, he wrote, "It was a foul murder. I was devoted to Nicky, who was the kindest of men and thorough gentleman, loved his country and people." The grief was real, but it was laced with a terrible cold poison, guilt. He knew, in the deepest recesses of his soul, that he had locked the door. This decision haunts the history of the Windsors, like a ghost that refuses to be exorcised. Historians still argue whether the king truly understood the consequences of his refusal. Did he think the Bolsheviks would simply imprison them? Did he underestimate the brutality of the revolution? Or did he make a cold, calculated sacrifice, trading his cousin's life for the security of the British monarchy? There is no easy answer, only the lingering silence between the lines of the official documents. The shadow of the Romanovs fell long across the reign of George V. It is said that for the rest of his life he could not bear to look at certain photographs, and that the subject of Russia was a forbidden topic at the dinner table, a phantom limb that ached whenever the weather turned cold. The Windsors had survived the War of the Cousins, but they had not emerged unscathed. They had learned a brutal lesson, that the crown is a jealous master, demanding everything, even the blood of family, to remain upright. The modern monarchy was built on the foundation of this ruthlessness. They had shed their German name, and now they had severed their European heart. They were alone on their island, safe, secure, and undeniably British, but the wind blowing from the east carried a chill that no fire in Windsor Castle could ever fully warm. The Russian shadow became a permanent part of their emotional landscape, a reminder of the price of survival in a world that had lost its reverence for kings. If the name Windsor built the walls of the fortress and the rejection of the Romanovs dug the moat, then the invention of the radio was the moment the drawbridge was lowered, just enough to let the voice of the king drift out into the cold night air and enter the warm private sanctuaries of his people. We move now from the high drama of war and revolution into the intimate, crackling atmosphere of the 1920s and 30s, a time when the world was shrinking, bound together by invisible waves of sound. It is difficult for us, in our age of instant digital saturation, to grasp the sheer spine-tingling magic of the early wireless. For centuries, the monarch had been a visual spectacle, a figure seen on a coin, a distant silhouette on a balcony, or a portrait hanging in a town hall. The king was an image, silent and remote, as unreachable as a star, but suddenly, with the turn of a bakelite dial and the adjustment of a crystal set, the king became a sound. He was no longer just in the palace. He was in the kitchen, in the parlour, sitting by the fire alongside the family dog and the unfinished knitting. This shift from the visual to the auditory fundamentally altered the chemistry of the monarchy, transforming George V from a remote imperial icon into the grandfather of the nation. It was a transformation that the king himself viewed with deep suspicion. George was a man of the 19th century, a creature of habit, who liked His world quiet, predictable, and written on paper. The idea of speaking into a metal box, knowing that his voice was flying over oceans and mountains to reach millions of invisible strangers, struck him as both undignified and terrifying. He famously grumbled that people should be content with seeing him, not hearing him, perhaps fearing that the mystery of kingship would evaporate once the people realised he sounded just like a gruff old sailor with a cold. The architect of this auditory revolution was John Wraith, the founding father of the BBC. Wraith was a man of high Scottish seriousness who believed that broadcasting had a moral duty to uplift the nation, and he saw the king as the ultimate asset. For nearly a decade he gently badgered the palace, urging the king to speak to his people directly. George IV resisted, claiming he had nothing to say and no talent for saying it. But by 1932, the world had changed again. The Great Depression had cast a grey pall over the empire, and the bonds of the Commonwealth were straining. The king needed to reach out. He finally agreed to deliver a Christmas message, a concept that seems routine to us now, but was a radical experiment at the time. The speech was written not by a politician, but by Rudyard Kipling, the poet of empire, who understood the rhythm of the English language better than anyone. On Christmas Day, 1932, a temporary studio was set up at Sandringham House. The sensory details of that afternoon are wonderfully specific. The room was small and cluttered with Victorian bric-a-brac. A thick cloth was draped over the table to dampen the sound of rustling paper, and the microphone was suspended from wires, hanging like a strange futuristic fruit in the midst of the old world gloom. The king, nervous and arguably a little grumpy about having his Christmas lunch interrupted, sat before it. At 3 p.m. the red light flickered on. He cleared his throat, a sound that would become his trademark, and began to read. Through one of the marvels of modern science, I am enabled this Christmas Day to speak to all my peoples throughout the empire. The voice that emerged from the speakers was not the booming theatrical voice of an actor. It was textured, gravelly, seasoned by years of shouting orders on the decks of battleships and decades of heavy smoking. It was a voice that sounded like tweed and tobacco smoke. It was, crucially, an honest voice. In living rooms from the snowy streets of Toronto to the heat of the Australian outback, people stopped what they were doing. They leaned in. There is a profound intimacy in radio that television cannot match. It requires the listener to paint the picture in their mind, creating a personal connection that feels secret and shared. Scholarly debate often centres on this moment as the true birth of the modern welfare monarchy, where the sovereign's primary role shifted from wielding power to providing comfort. Historians argue whether this demystification was a dangerous gamble. After all, the Victorian constitutionalist Walter Bargehot had warned, "We must not let in daylight upon magic." By speaking, George V was letting in the daylight. He was revealing himself to be a human being. Yet, instead of destroying the magic, he transmuted it. He replaced the magic of awe with the magic of affection. He became a reassuring presence, a steady ticking clock in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. The broadcast was a triumph. The king was reportedly stunned by the reaction, receiving thousands of letters from ordinary people who felt he had popped in for a cup of tea. He had stumbled upon the secret of modern popularity, authenticity. He wasn't trying to be clever. He was just trying to be Grandpa England. This new relationship was cemented 3 years later, during his Silver Jubilee in 1935. The celebrations were expected to be modest, given the economic hardships of the time, but the public reaction was overwhelming. London was buried in bunting. Crowds surged through the streets chanting, "We want the king," with a fervour that startled the old man. Riding in his carriage through the sea of cheering faces, he reportedly turned to his wife, Queen Mary, and murmured, "I'm beginning to think They must really like me for myself. It was a heartbreakingly humble admission from a man who had spent his life feeling like an imposter, the spare heir who never expected to rule. The radio had bridged the gap. It had allowed the people to hear the weariness and the warmth in his voice, and they loved him for it. However, there is a soft, melancholic humour in seeing this elderly Victorian gentleman becoming the first media superstar of the Windsor dynasty. He didn't understand the technology, often shouting into the telephone because he didn't trust the wires to carry his voice without a push. Yet he mastered the medium better than politicians half his age. He understood instinctively that the microphone was a lie detector. If you faked it, the static would amplify your insincerity. If you were true, the static would carry your heart. But as the wireless monarchy established itself, a new tension began to hum in the background like a low-voltage wire waiting to snap. The radio gave the king a voice, but it also gave the public a sense of ownership. They felt they knew him, and by extension, they felt they had a right to judge him and his family. The distance that had once protected the private lives of royals was eroding. George V, in his final years, looked at his eldest son, David, the future Edward VIII, with a mixture of love and terrifying clairvoyance. David was the opposite of his father, modern, flashy, obsessed with jazz and American slang, and a natural in front of the cameras. But George sensed a hollowness beneath the charm. He famously predicted, "After I am dead, the boy will ruin himself in 12 months." He also prayed to God that his second son, Bertie, and his granddaughter, Lilibet, would eventually ascend the throne. It was a prophecy spoken in the quiet of the library, perhaps while the radio played soft music in the corner, indifferent to the tragedy it was about to broadcast to the world. As we let the scene fade, imagine the glow of the vacuum tubes in the back of an old wooden radio set, slowly dimming as the power is switched off. The king's voice lingers for a moment in the air, a ghostly resonance speaking of duty and family. The experiment had worked. The Windsors had successfully entered the machine age. They had invited the people into their parlour, and the people had wiped their boots and sat down respectfully. But the technology that built this bridge of affection was neutral. It could carry a message of stability, but it could just as easily carry a message of scandal. The wireless had connected the palace to the people, but it had also wired the palace for sound, ensuring that when the crash came, and it was coming fast, the noise of the breaking china would be heard around the world. The Golden Prince, the star of the newsreels, was waiting in the wings, and he was about to test the new media monarchy to its absolute breaking point. The static rises, the signal wavers, and the era of the steady, gruff grandfather begins to fade into the white noise of history. The 1920s did not just arrive, they exploded in a syncopated rhythm of saxophones popping champagne corks and the blinding white pop of magnesium flashbulbs. If King George V was the heavy oak furniture of the Victorian past, his eldest son, Edward, Prince of Wales, known to his family and his future lovers simply as David, was the chrome and glass of the Art Deco future. He was the first royal superstar, a man who was photographed more often than he was painted, a prince who seemed to have stepped not out of a history book, but out of a glossy magazine. To understand the catastrophe that was approaching, we must first understand the immense, blinding wattage of the Golden Prince. He was the most eligible bachelor on earth, a man whose face adorned biscuit tins, cigarette cards, and the bedroom walls of teenage girls from Chicago to Calcutta. He possessed a boyish, fragile good looks, blonde hair, sad blue eyes, and a slight nervous energy that made people want to mother him. He broke the mould of the stiff, bearded royal patriarch. He wore baggy trousers, smoked publicly, danced to jazz records until dawn, And, most shockingly of all, he smiled. It was a tentative, slightly crooked smile that seemed to say, "I am trapped in this uniform, just like you are trapped in your life." And the world fell hopelessly, dangerously in love with him. Scholars and biographers have spent decades trying to diagnose the enigma of Edward VIII. Was he a modernised breath of fresh air who could have saved the monarchy from irrelevance? Or was he a narcissist, incapable of understanding the concept of duty? The truth, as always, dances somewhere in the flickering light between these extremes. In the aftermath of the Great War, a generation of young people, traumatised by the slaughter in the trenches, rejected the stiff upper lip of their fathers. They wanted life, they wanted speed, and they wanted a hero who looked like them. Edward was that hero. He was sent on exhausting royal tours across the globe, acting as the salesman of empire. He travelled to Canada, Australia, India, and Africa, shaking hands until his right hand was black and blue. Swollen so badly, he had to retire to his cabin to ice it, only to emerge at the next port with his left hand extended and that dazzling, weary smile fixed in place. He had a gift that his father lacked entirely, the common touch. He could talk to a coal miner in Wales or a cowboy in Alberta with a genuine curiosity that melted social barriers. He was the people's prince, a title that would later be echoed by another tragic royal figure, Diana. But where Diana's empathy was rooted in emotional intelligence, Edward's charm was often a shield for a deep, cavernous insecurity. The tragedy of the Golden Prince was that he was a man who never grew up. He was Peter Pan in a bespoke suit, living in a state of arrested development that was both charming and terrifying. He hated the boring administrative side of being a royal, the ribbon cuttings, the tedious dinners with local mayors, the endless reading of state papers. He found the pageantry of the court bunk, a word he borrowed from his American friends, while his father, the king, sat in his study meticulously placing stamps into albums and worrying about the stability of the pound. Edward was at Fort Belvedere, his private sanctuary near Windsor, mixing cocktails and playing the bagpipes, badly, for his eclectic circle of friends. This circle was a source of constant friction. It was not filled with the dukes and earls that his father approved of, but with fast people, Americans, businessmen, and most scandalously, married women. Edward had a type. He preferred women who were strong, maternal, and unavailable. He wanted to be dominated, to be told what to do, to be mothered by women who could organise his chaotic internal world. He drifted from one affair to another, leaving a trail of discreetly paid-off husbands and worried courtiers in his wake. The relationship between the strict Victorian father and the loose modern son was a Greek tragedy played out in the corridors of Sandringham and Balmoral. King George IV did not understand his son. In fact, he seemed visibly frightened by him. The king was a man of discipline. The prince was a man of impulse. There is a famous story of the king scolding Edward for the cut of his trousers, seeing the wider cuffs as a sign of moral decay. It sounds trivial, but to George, the uniform was the man. If the trousers were wrong, the soul was wrong. The king's frustration often boiled over into cruelty. He would berate Edward in front of others, his voice rising to a quarter-deck roar, leaving the prince humiliated and resentful. This dynamic created a dangerous vacuum in Edward's heart. He felt unloved, undervalued, and crushed by the weight of an inheritance he didn't want. He once told his private secretary that he never wanted to be king, a confession that was dismissed as nerves but was actually a statement of intent. He was looking for an escape route, a way to blow up the tracks before the train reached the station. As the 1930s progressed, the Golden Prince began to tarnish. His behaviour became more erratic. He would arrive late to events or cancel them at the last minute because he was indisposed, a code word for being hungover or simply bored. He began to express political opinions that were constitutionally dangerous, praising the efficiency of the new Nazi regime in Germany, finding a strange kinship with the ordered theatrical power of the fascists. But the public saw none of this. To them he was still the golden boy, the future of Britain. They didn't see the mood swings, the anorexia-like obsession with his weight, the frantic need for distraction. They didn't see the emptiness. History often asks if Edward was a villain or a victim, but perhaps he was simply a man in the wrong movie. He wanted to be a star in a romantic comedy, but he had been cast as the lead in a heavy historical drama, and he didn't know the lines. And then the inevitable happened. The escape route appeared, not as a concept, but as a person. She entered the narrative quietly at first, a guest at a house party, a name on a guest list. Wallis Simpson. She was not a great beauty, in the classical sense. She had a sharp, angular face, a piercing wit, and a sense of style that was as precise as a weapon. She was American, she was married. She was everything the king hated and everything the prince needed. She didn't curtsy and fawn. She treated him like a man, even mocking him gently, and he fell for her with the total, consuming surrender of a religious convert. The Golden Prince had found his gold, but it wasn't the crown. As we watch him now, dancing in a nightclub in London, spinning Wallis around the floor, while the band plays a Charleston, we can feel the centrifugal force building. The laughter is a little too loud, the lights a little too bright. He is dancing on the edge of a cliff, spinning faster and faster, believing that if he just keeps moving, gravity won't catch him. But in the quiet study at Buckingham Palace, the old king is coughing, his life ebbing away, and the clock is ticking down to the moment when the music stops and the lights come up, revealing that the party is over and the bill has arrived. The Golden Prince is about to become the king, and the collision between his fantasy life and his royal duty will shake the foundations of the world. The moment King George IV took his final breath at Sandringham, the heavy, ornate machinery of the British monarchy began to turn with a grinding inevitability, transferring the immense weight of the crown onto the slender, nervous shoulders of his eldest son. It was January 1936, a month of biting cold and grey skies, and David, now suddenly, terrifyingly, King Edward VIII, stood at a window in St. James's Palace, watching the heralds proclaim his accession to the crowd below. But he was not alone. Beside him, hidden from the public gaze, but visible to the camera of history, stood Wallis Simpson. It was a breach of protocol so staggering that courtiers reportedly turned pale when they heard of it. The king was not supposed to watch his own proclamation, and he certainly wasn't supposed to do it with a married woman at his side. This single image, framed by the palace window, captured the essence of the crisis that was about to engulf the empire, a collision between the ancient sacred solitude of the sovereign and the modern, desperate need for personal intimacy. The unthinkable choice had not yet been spoken aloud, but it was already hanging in the air like the scent of ozone before a lightning strike. The new king was popular, arguably the most popular man in the world, but inside the palace, the atmosphere was one of suffocating tension. The old retainers, men with white moustaches and rigid spines who had served his father, looked at this new, jittery monarch with deep suspicion. He didn't act like a king. He arrived late. He left early. He left red dispatch boxes containing the higher secrets of the state, unlocked on tables where guests could see them, stained with wet rings from cocktail glasses. It felt as though a teenager had been left in charge of a museum and was using the exhibits to throw a party. As the spring of 1936 turned into summer, the king's infatuation with Mrs. Simpson deepened into a frantic obsession. He was not merely in love, he was dependent. He needed her to make decisions, to soothe his anxieties, to validate his existence. To the king, she was the only person who treated him as a human being. To the government and the Church of England, she was an existential threat. The problem was not her American citizenship, nor her lack of royal blood, though snobbery certainly played a part. The problem was her marital status. She was still married to her second husband, Ernest Simpson, and had already divorced her first. As the supreme governor of the Church of England, the king was sworn to uphold the sanctity of marriage, a doctrine that, at the time, did not recognise divorce. The mathematics of the situation were brutal and unforgiving. He could be king, or he could be Wallace's husband, but he could not be both. Yet Edward refused to accept the math. He believed, with the naivety of a man who had never been told no, that his popularity would allow him to rewrite the rules. He thought he could charm the Constitution just as he had charmed the coal miners of Wales. The crisis reached a surreal peak during the summer holiday, famously known as the Nahland Cruise. The king chartered a luxury yacht and took Wallace on a tour of the Mediterranean. It was a sun-drenched, glamorous disaster. As the yacht drifted through the turquoise waters of the Adriatic, the king paraded his romance before the world. He was photographed shirtless, tanned, helping Wallace into small boats, holding her hand, looking at her with a naked adoration that was shocking to the sensibilities of the time. The foreign press went wild. American newspapers ran headlines in inch-high type. King will wed Wally. In Europe and the United States, the affair was the only topic of conversation. But in Britain, there was silence. A gentleman's agreement between the government and the press barons ensured that not a word of the scandal was printed in British newspapers. It is a staggering thought. The entire world knew the King of England was about to blow up the monarchy, except for the English themselves. The British people went about their lives buying milk and reading about the cricket scores, completely unaware that their king was currently floating off the coast of Greece, deciding whether or not to quit his job. It was a silence that felt heavy, artificial, a dam holding back a tidal wave of gossip that was rising higher by the day. Behind the scenes, the Prime Minister, Stanley Baldwin, was watching with the weary patience of a man trying to defuse a bomb with a pair of rusty pliers. Baldwin is often cast as the villain in this drama, the grey bureaucrat who crushed the romance, but historians increasingly view him as the realist who saved the institution. He understood, what Edward did not, that the monarchy exists by the consent of the people, and that consent relies on dignity. He tried to warn the king. In a series of private meetings at Fort Belvedere, the king's neo-Gothic folly of a home, which became his bunker, Baldwin laid out the hard truth. The government would not accept the marriage. The Dominions, Canada, Australia, South Africa, would not accept the marriage. The people eventually would not accept the marriage. The scene of these meetings is almost cinematic in its contrast. The pipe-smoking, tweed-wearing Prime Minister, grounded and slow, sitting opposite the frantic chain-smoking king who paced the room, pouring drinks and talking of happiness as if it were a constitutional right. "I'm going to marry Mrs. Simpson," Edward declared, "and I am prepared to go." It was the first time the word had been used as a weapon. He was threatening the unthinkable. He was holding the crown hostage. The tension inside Fort Belvedere during those final months of 1936 was sensory and claustrophobic. The weather had turned, the golden summer giving way to a wet, weeping autumn. The fort, surrounded by dark trees, felt cut off from reality. The king stopped reading state papers entirely. He was obsessed only with the divorce proceedings of Mrs. Simpson, which were being hurried through a court in Ipswich with suspicious speed. He was living in a bubble of romantic delusion, believing that once he was married, he could broadcast to the nation and they would rise up and say, "Let him have his love." He underestimated the British attachment to propriety. He underestimated the deep residual trauma of the war, which had made the public crave stability, not drama. He was playing a jazz solo in a cathedral, and he couldn't understand why the congregation wasn't clapping. Meanwhile, the silence of the British press was beginning to fracture. A bishop in Bradford gave a sermon about the king's need for grace, a coded criticism that broke the dam. The newspapers opened the floodgates. Suddenly, the king's matter was on every front page. The shock to the British public was absolute. They woke up one morning to find that their beloved bachelor king wanted to marry a twice-divorced American and that the government might resign. The crisis moved from the whispers of the palace to the shouting of the streets. People stood in clusters on corners, reading newspapers with disbelief. Parliament was in an uproar. The unthinkable choice was no longer a private debate. It was a public ultimatum. Edward was cornered. He had explored every avenue. A morganatic marriage, where she would not be queen. A delay, a bluff, and every door had been slammed shut by the rigid adherence to the Constitution. He had to choose. The crown with its lonely duty, its loveless splendour, its eternal service, or the woman who made him feel safe, the woman who organised his life, the woman he could not live without. To most of us, the choice between being the king-emperor of a quarter of the globe and being a private citizen seems like no choice at all. But Edward VIII was a man who had never known what it was to be ordinary. He saw the crown not as a gift, but as a prison cell lined with velvet. And he saw Wallace as the key. As the winter fog settled over London in early December, the king sat in his study at the fort, the phone lines buzzing, his bags half packed in his mind. He looked at the red dispatch boxes that he had neglected, the symbols of his burden, and he made the choice that would shatter the line of succession and change history forever. He chose the woman. The unthinkable had become the inevitable. The king was going to walk away. History rarely moves in straight lines. It tends to loop and stutter. But in 1936, it seemed to spin wildly out of control, resulting in a calendar year that remains unique in the annals of the British monarchy, the year of three kings. We began in January with the solemn funeral of George V, passed through the frantic, glittering, and ultimately brief reign of Edward VIII, and now, as the winter fog descends once more in December, we find ourselves standing on the precipice of a third reign, that of George VI. To walk through this year is to walk through a house where the floor is constantly tilting beneath your feet. The atmosphere of December 1936 was thick with a surreal quality, a sense of dislocation that was felt from the cabinet room at Downing Street to the humblest pub in the East End. The crisis that had been simmering behind the closed doors of Fort Belvedere finally boiled over, and the sensory details of those final days are etched in the collective memory of the nation, not as a political event, but as a family tragedy played out on a global stage. Imagine the scene inside the fort on the morning of December 10th. It is a wet, miserable day, the trees outside dripping with a relentless English drizzle. Inside the drawing room, the fire is crackling, but it offers little warmth against the chill of the occasion. The four royal brothers are gathered: David, the king; Bertie, the Duke of York; Harry, the Duke of Gloucester; and George, the Duke of Kent. They are men who have spent their lives in uniform, trained to suppress emotion, yet the air in the room is vibrating with unsaid words. On the table lies a piece of paper, the instrument of abdication. It is a terrifyingly simple document to end a reign of only 326 days. As Edward VIII picked up the pen, he was not just signing away a job, he was signing away his identity. Witnesses later recalled that his face was flushed, his movements jerky and manic, as if he were in a rush to escape a burning building. He signed Edward R.I. for the last time. There is a profound melancholy in the observation made by one of the courtiers present, who noted that as the king signed, the only sound in the room was the scratching of the nib and the distant barking of a dog outside, a mundane domestic soundtrack to a moment of constitutional shattering. With those few strokes of ink, the crown passed from the charismatic, reckless elder brother to the shy, stammering younger brother who sat in the corner, looking, in his own words, like a condemned man. The psychological weight of this transfer is almost impossible to overstate. Bertie did not want the throne. He was terrified of it. He possessed a debilitating stammer that made public speaking a physical torture, and he had built a quiet, happy life with his wife and 2 daughters, away from the glare of the spotlight. Now, the spotlight was swinging violently towards him, blinding and unforgiving. He reportedly went to his mother, Queen Mary, that evening and sobbed on her shoulder for an hour, a rare crack in the porcelain facade of royal stoicism. The following night, December 11th, brought the final act of the drama, a moment of radio theatre that stopped the world. Edward, now merely His Royal Highness, Prince Edward again travelled to Windsor Castle to deliver his farewell broadcast. He sat at a desk in the Augusta Tower, the microphone before him. The walls of the ancient castle, the castle that gave the family its name, closing in around him. Sir John Reith of the BBC introduced him simply as His Royal Highness Prince Edward, a title that must have sounded strange to ears accustomed to His Majesty. The speech he delivered is perhaps the most famous in royal history, a masterpiece of emotional rhetoric that sought to explain the inexplicable. You must believe me when I tell you that I have found it impossible to carry the heavy burden of responsibility and to discharge my duties as king as I would wish to do without the help and support of the woman I love. The voice was calm, weary, and undeniably sad. Across the empire, people huddled around their wireless sets, listening to the man they had adored saying goodbye. In New York, traffic stopped in Times Square as the speech was played over loudspeakers. In London, people wept openly in the streets. It was the end of the fairy tale. The Golden Prince was walking away into the darkness, choosing love over duty, a decision that felt both incredibly romantic and deeply irresponsible. Scholars still debate the long-term impact of this speech. Was it a moment of supreme honesty, or was it a selfish attempt to curate his own legacy, forcing the public to sympathise with him while leaving his brother to clean up the mess? Some historians argue that the abdication was actually the salvation of the monarchy, that Edward, with his political naivety and pro-German sympathies, would have been a disastrous king to have on the throne during the coming war against Hitler. By leaving, he inadvertently cleared the path for a monarch who, though less dazzling, possessed the quiet moral steel the nation would soon desperately need. But in the moment, there was no such clarity, only the raw pain of separation. After the broadcast, Edward said his goodbyes. He bowed to his brother, the new king, a gesture that reversed the natural order of their lives and acknowledged the new reality. Then he walked out into the night. A car was waiting to take him to Portsmouth. The weather was appropriately cinematic. A thick mist hung over the harbour as he boarded the destroyer HMS Fury. It is a haunting image. The former king, standing on the deck of a warship, watching the lights of England fade into the fog, sailing into an exile that would last, effectively, for the rest of his life. He was no longer the centre of the world. He was the Duke of Windsor, a man without a country, sailing toward a woman who was now the most hated figure in the British Empire. Back in London, the Year of Three Kings was drawing to a close, with a new monarch on the throne. King George VI, he chose the name to emphasise continuity with his father, woke up on his first morning as sovereign with a headache and a sense of dread. The transition was jarring. The royal stationery had to be changed, the prayers in the church service altered, the coins redesigned. The very face of the state had morphed overnight. But more than the administrative chaos, there was a deep emotional bruise on the institution. The monarchy relies on the myth of inevitability, the idea that the king is the king because God and bloodline ordained it. The abdication had shattered that myth. It proved that a king could quit. It made the position look like a job, and a job that one could resign from if the working conditions or the marriage restrictions were not to one's liking. George VI understood this danger instinctively. He knew he had to repair the damage, to stitch the tapestry back together so seamlessly that people would forget it had ever torn. He was not a showman. He had none of Edward's sparkle. But he had something else, a profound sense of duty. He looked at the wreckage left by the hurricane of 1936 and picked up his tools. The atmosphere in the palace changed instantly. The cocktail shakers were put away. The jazz records were shelved. The sensory world returned to the scent of lavender, beeswax, and the quiet rustle of official papers. The new king, supported by his formidable wife, Queen Elizabeth, later the Queen Mother, began the slow, unglamorous work of rebuilding trust. They were the we to Edward's I. They emphasised family, stability, and faith. But as 1936 faded into history, a new anxiety took hold. The king's stammer was not just a personal affliction, it was a public liability. With the radio now the primary tool of kingship, a monarch who could not speak was a terrifying prospect. The shadow of the microphone loomed large over the new reign, and far beyond the palace gates the real darkness was gathering. The events of 1936 had distracted Britain from the rise of fascism in Europe. While the country was obsessing over Mrs. Simpson, Hitler had remilitarized the Rhineland. The world was marching toward war, and the new king, the stammering king, would soon be called upon to be the voice of the free world. The irony was cruel, but history, as the Windsors were learning, has a wicked sense of humour. The curtain falls on the year of 3 kings, leaving a shy man standing centre stage, blinking in the light, holding a script he never wanted to read, while the audience holds its breath, waiting to see if he can find his voice. To understand the immense, suffocating weight that settled upon the new king, George VI, we must first understand the silence. In the world of radio and newsreels, silence was no longer golden. It was terrifying. It was dead air, a void that needed to be filled. For a man with a debilitating stammer, silence was the enemy. The agonizing, suspended second between the brain forming a word and the mouth refusing to release it, we enter the reign of the stammering king, not with a fanfare of trumpets, but with the sound of a man clearing his throat in a quiet room, his knuckles white as they grip the edge of a desk. Bertie, as he was known to those who loved him, was a man of profound paradox. He was physically brave. He had served under fire at the Battle of Jutland in the Great War, standing on the deck while shells screamed overhead. Yet he was terrified of a microphone. He was a man of quick temper but infinite patience. He was the reluctant monarch who would become the symbol of national resistance. But in 1937, as he prepared for his coronation, he was simply a man fighting a war with his own tongue, a war that was private, humiliating, and relentless. The psychological roots of the stammer are often traced back to his Victorian childhood, the knock-knees, corrected with painful splints, the forcing of a natural left-hander to write with his right hand, and the thunderous disapproval of a father who believed that stuttering was a defect of character rather than a neurological quirk. But the stammer was more than just a medical condition. It was a metaphor for his position. He was the spare who had been forced into the lead role without a script. The anxiety was physical. It lived in the tightening of his chest, the locking of his jaw, the sheer exhaustion of trying to navigate a sentence without hitting a verbal landmine. Into this sphere of high-tension anxiety stepped a figure who would become one of the most unlikely heroes of the Windsor story, Lionel Logue. Logue was an Australian speech therapist with no formal medical training, a man who operated out of a dusty, cluttered consulting room on Harley Street that smelled of old paper and tobacco. He was everything the court was not: informal, direct, and utterly unimpressed by royalty. The relationship between the king and the commoner is the stuff of cinema legend, immortalised in film, but the historical reality was even more poignant than the fiction. Logue did not offer a cure, for there was no cure. He offered a method of survival. He taught the king to breathe from his diaphragm, to pause, to use silence, not as a trap, but as a tool for emphasis. The sessions were intimate, almost confessional. Logue was the only man in the empire who could look the king in the eye and tell him to start over. There is a scholarly debate regarding just how much psychoanalysis Logue performed. While he was not a psychologist, his notes suggest he understood that the king's blockage was as much emotional as it was mechanical. He treated the man, not just the voice. The sensory atmosphere of these sessions was a world away from the gold leaf of the palace, the simple ticking of a metronome, the open window letting in the sounds of London traffic, the two men standing face to face, practicing vowels like opera singers, warming up in the wings. It was here, in this safe harbour, that George VI began to find the voice that would eventually speak for the free world. The first great test was the coronation in May 1937. It was a spectacle of medieval grandeur designed to wipe away the tawdry memory of the abdication. But for the king, it was a marathon of memorization and breath control. He had to speak the ancient vows before God and a global audience. The tension in Westminster Abbey was palpable. The thousands of peers in their ermine robes held their breath, willing the king to get through the words. He did. There were pauses, yes, and moments of heart-stopping hesitation, but he finished. The relief was overwhelming. Yet the coronation was merely the prologue. Outside the abbey, the world was darkening rapidly. The shadow of Nazi Germany was lengthening across Europe. The king, a man who had seen the horrors of World War I firsthand, was desperate to avoid another conflict. This desire for peace led him into controversial political waters. When Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain returned from Munich in 1938, waving a piece of paper and declaring peace for our time, the king did something unprecedented. He invited Chamberlain onto the balcony of Buckingham Palace to receive the cheers of the crowd. Historians still argue fiercely about this moment. Was it a constitutional error, a monarch showing political bias by endorsing a policy of appeasement that would soon prove disastrous? Or was it a human gesture, a king sharing his people's desperate, naive hope that war could be avoided? Retrospect is cruel to the appeasers. But at the moment, the relief in London was tangible. People dug trenches in Hyde Park one day and filled them in the next, believing the danger had passed. The king wanted to believe it too. But the illusion of peace shattered on September 1st, 1939, when Hitler invaded Poland. The stammering king was now a war king. The inevitability of the conflict brought a strange, grim focus to the palace. The sandbags were piled against the walls. The chandeliers were taken down. The art was crated up and sent to secret caves in Wales. The sensory world of the Windsors shifted from silk and polish to blackout curtains and the smell of damp sand. On September 3rd, 1939, the day Britain declared war, George VI faced the ultimate trial of his training. He had to address the empire, This was not a ceremonial speech. It was a call to arms for a quarter of the world's population. The stakes were existential. If he stumbled, if he choked, the nation's resolve would falter. The scene in the broadcasting room at Buckingham Palace that evening was claustrophobic. The windows were taped to prevent flying glass. The curtains were drawn tight. Logue was there, standing just out of sight, a comforting presence in the gloom. The king sat at the table wearing the uniform of the Admiral of the Fleet, a symbol of the martial role he now embodied. The red light flickered on. In this grave hour, perhaps the most fateful in our history, the voice that emerged was slow, halting, but possessed of a terrible resonant dignity. The pauses, which were born of necessity to stop the stammer, became a stylistic strength, adding weight and gravity to every phrase. He spoke of cool heads and brave hearts. He sounded not like an orator thundering from a pulpit, but like a father speaking to his family from the fireside, sharing their fear but anchoring their courage. There is a gentle, almost invisible irony here. The stammer, which he cursed as a weakness, forced him to speak with a deliberate, measured cadence that was perfect for the solemnity of the moment. A fluent speaker might have rushed. George VI had to fight for every word, and the listener could hear that struggle, sensing the sincerity in the effort. It was the performance of his life. As the broadcast ended and the red light faded, the king sat back exhausted. He had done it. He had crossed the threshold. Outside, the air raid sirens would soon begin their wail, a sound that would become the soundtrack of the next 6 years. But inside the room, there was a quiet victory. The man who was never meant to be king, the man who was frightened of his own voice, had just unified an empire. He had stepped out of the shadow of his charismatic brother and the ghost of his domineering father to become his own man. He was not the Golden Prince. He was the Iron King, forged in the fire of his own anxiety. The war had begun, and the House of Windsor, led by this shy, stuttering man and his smiling, steel-spined queen, was about to face its finest and darkest hour. The microphone, once an instrument of torture, had become a sword. The silence was broken. The autumn of 1940 did not bring the usual golden light and falling leaves to London. Instead, it brought a season of fire and darkness, a time when the sky itself seemed to turn against the earth. We enter now into the Blitz, a word that sounds like a lightning strike, but felt, to those who lived through it, like a slow grinding pressure on the soul. The sensory world of the Windsors, and indeed of every Londoner, had shrunk to the terrified circumference of a blackout curtain. The nights were no longer defined by sleep, but by the wail of the banshee sirens, the rhythmic thrum of the Luftwaffe engines, a sound described by survivors as an uneven, menacing grumble, and the earth-shaking concussions of high explosives. It was in this crucible of noise and fear that the modern relationship between the British people and their monarchy was forged, not with gold and velvet, but with dust and rubble. The government, terrified for the safety of the king and the line of succession, had strongly urged, some say practically ordered, the royal family to evacuate. The plan was for Queen Elizabeth and the two princesses to be spirited away to the safety of Canada across the U-boat-infested Atlantic, while the king remained as a figurehead. This brings us to a moment of myth-making that is grounded in absolute steel. The Queen's response to this suggestion is legendary, a sentence that acted as a door slamming shut on fear. The children won't go without me. I won't leave the king, and the king will never leave. Whether she said it in exactly those words in a single breath is a matter for semantic debate among historians, but the sentiment was the absolute truth of their actions. They stayed. This decision to remain in the bullseye was not merely a gesture, it was a daily gamble with death. Buckingham Palace was a massive, conspicuous target, a stone island in the middle of the city. The king and queen slept at Windsor Castle, which was slightly safer, driving into London every morning to go to work at the palace, just as their subjects commuted through the debris. But the war did not respect working hours. On September 13th, 1940, the war came through the front door. It was a cloudy morning, the air thick with the humidity of late summer. The king and queen were in a small sitting room overlooking the quadrangle, perhaps having a cup of tea, seeking a moment of normalcy in the chaos. Suddenly the roar of an aircraft engine screamed over them all, too low, too loud. The king, with his naval instincts, recognized the sound instantly. He reportedly shouted, "Take cover!" Just as a German bomber, having emerged from the low clouds, released a stick of bombs directly onto the palace. The explosions were deafening. The chapel was destroyed, the water main was severed, and the windows of the royal apartments were blown in, showering the room where the monarchs had been sitting moments before with jagged shards of glass. The dust had barely settled when the realization hit them they were alive, but the sanctity of the crown had been breached. The king, usually so reserved, was shaken, his hands trembling as he inspected the craters in the courtyard. But the queen, with a flash of that indomitable spirit that would make her the most dangerous woman in Europe in Hitler's eyes, found a strange, fierce comfort in the destruction. "I'm glad we've been bombed," she famously remarked. "It makes me feel I can look the East End in the face." This was not callousness, it was a profound understanding of the psychology of shared suffering. Before the bombing, the royal tours of the devastated East End had been awkward. The king, in his uniform, and the queen, in her pearls, had walked through the shattered streets of Stepney and Bow, and while the people were respectful, there was a barrier. The royals still had a roof. The people did not. They were tourists in a landscape of hell. But after September 13th, the barrier dissolved. When they visited the bomb sites now, the crowds cheered with a raw, emotional intensity. "You're a good old girl, Bess," the women shouted. The king and queen were no longer watching the war from a balcony, they were in the trenches. The rubble of the palace was identical to the rubble of the tenement. The fear in the king's eyes mirrored the fear in the eyes of the dock worker. The image of the queen picking her way through the debris in her high heels and pastel coats is one of the enduring visual paradoxes of the war. Critics at the time, and some historians since, have questioned the vanity of her dressing up in her finest clothes to visit people who had lost everything. But this misses the point entirely. The queen understood that the people didn't want her to dress down. They didn't want a queen in overalls. They wanted the symbol. They wanted to see that the standards had not fallen, that beauty and dignity could survive the Luftwaffe. By wearing her best, she was paying the victims a compliment. She was saying, "You are important enough for me to dress up for." She brought colour into a grey world. Meanwhile, the king found his own quiet way to serve. He practiced shooting his revolver in the palace gardens, determined not to be taken alive if German paratroopers landed. He instituted strict rationing within the royal household, painting a black plimsoll line on the bathtubs to restrict water usage to 5 inches, a small, almost silly detail that somehow touched the public imagination. It was a shared privation. The heating was turned off. The great corridors of Windsor and Buckingham Palace were freezing, and the courtiers huddled in overcoats, their breath steaming as they carried dispatch boxes. While the parents held the line in London, the children, Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret, were living a strange suspended existence at Windsor Castle. It was a fortress in every sense, the crown jewels wrapped in newspaper and hidden in the basement, the windows sandbagged. They were the war children of the monarchy. It was here, in the dungeon atmosphere of the castle, that the future Queen Elizabeth II began to step onto the stage. In October 1940, at the age of 14, she made her first radio broadcast on the Children's Hour. Her voice, high and piping, incredibly clear and precise, cut glass, as they used to say, drifted out to the millions of children who had been evacuated from the cities, separated from their parents. "My sister Margaret rose, and I feel so much for you," she said. It was a lullaby of solidarity. It was the moment the nation realised that the continuity of the monarchy was secure. The stammering king had found his voice, but his daughter had been born with one. As the Blitz raged on, turning the night sky into a kaleidoscope of searchlights and fires, the bond between the Windsors and the British people hardened into something unbreakable. It was a bond sealed in the smoky air of the air raid shelters and the dust-choked streets of the capital. The King and Queen became the nation's designated mourners, the parents who showed up when the worst happened. They developed a routine, the siren, the shelter, the all clear, the inspection of the damage. They absorbed the trauma of the nation. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, but emotionally true, of an elderly woman in the East End pointing to the king and saying, "He's the only one who knows." They had become the emotional anchors of a ship in a hurricane. By refusing to leave, by refusing to send their children away, and by almost dying in the ruins of their own home, the Windsors transformed the monarchy from a constitutional necessity into a national family. They proved that they were not fair-weather rulers. They were winter kings. And as the fires of the Blitz slowly burned themselves out, giving way to the long, grey endurance of the later war years, the monarchy stood taller than it had for a century, propped up not by divine right, but by the simple human fact that when the roof fell in, they didn't run. They stood in the dust, dusted off their coats, and carried on. When the end of the war finally came in May 1945, it did not arrive with the sudden snap of a broken string, but rather like a great heaving exhalation of breath from a lung that had been holding it for 6 long years. The lights of London, forbidden for so long under the strict laws of the blackout, flickered back to life, revealing a city that was scarred, battered, and greyscale, yet vibrating with a delirious, exhausted joy. We find ourselves now on the balcony of Buckingham Palace on VE Day, May 8th, a moment that is etched into the retina of history. Below, the Mall is a solid river of humanity, a sea of upturned faces stretching as far as the eye can see, chanting, "We want the King, we want the King." It was the zenith of George VI's reign, the moment when the shy, stammering naval officer stood at the centre of the world, having piloted the ship of state through the hurricane and brought it safely into harbour. Beside him stood Winston Churchill, the bulldog Prime Minister, and his wife and daughters. The sensory overload was immense. The roar of the crowd was so loud it was felt in the chest, rather than heard in the ears, a physical wave of sound that washed over the stone balustrade. Yet, amidst this public apotheosis, there was a secret, delightful footnote of rebellion. That night, the 2 princesses, Elizabeth and Margaret, slipped out of the palace to join the crowds incognito. Imagine the future queen, pulling her cap down low, dancing the conga through the Ritz Hotel, shouting for the king with the rest of the mob, unrecognised by her own subjects. It is a Cinderella moment in reverse, a princess escaping the castle not to find a prince, but to find the simple, anonymous joy of being one of the people. It was perhaps the last truly free night of Elizabeth's life, a fleeting taste of the ordinary world before the iron gates of duty closed around her forever. However, the euphoria of victory was deceptively brief. The golden summer of 1945 quickly faded into a stark, austere autumn. The war was won, but the peace was cold. Almost immediately, the Windsors faced a shock that rocked the foundations of their world. In the general election of July 1945, just weeks after the cheering stopped, the British public, the same public that had chanted for the king, marched to the polls and unceremoniously voted Winston Churchill out of office. It was a landslide victory for the Labour Party and Clement Attlee, a quiet, unassuming man who promised a new Jerusalem of social welfare, nationalised healthcare and housing. The king was stunned. He had come to rely on Churchill as a father figure and a comrade. The sudden dismissal of the great wartime leader felt like a personal betrayal. Historians often point to this moment as the true beginning of the modern era for the monarchy. The king had to adjust instantly from the high drama of war to the dry, bureaucratic reality of social revolution. He found himself presiding over a government that wanted to nationalise the railways and the coal mines, tearing down the old hierarchical structures that the monarchy sat atop. There is a gentle, dry humour in the image of King George VI, a traditionalist to his marrow, trying to make polite conversation with hard-line socialists at palace receptions, navigating the brave new world of the welfare state with a bewildered but dutiful expression. He may not have understood the new politics, but he understood his role. He was the constant variable in a changing equation. But the most profound change was not happening in Westminster, it was happening on the map. The British Empire, that vast patchwork of pink that had coloured the globe for centuries, was beginning to dissolve. The war had bankrupted Britain, both financially and morally. The country simply could not afford to be an imperial power anymore. The cry for independence in India, led by Gandhi and Nehru, could no longer be suppressed with troops and viceroys. In 1947, the jewel in the crown was lost. India and Pakistan became independent nations. For George VI, who had grown up with the title Emperor of India as part of his birthright, this was a deep melancholic blow. He was the last emperor. When he signed the Indian Independence Act, he was signing away the grandeur of the Victorian age. The sensory shift was palpable. The exotic spices, the tigers, the durbars, and the heat of the subcontinent were no longer part of the royal imagination. The world was shrinking. The king, sitting in his study at Sandringham, looked at the map and watched the pink recede, replaced by the multicoloured flags of sovereign nations. The transition from empire to commonwealth was a masterstroke of political rebranding, a way to keep the family together even as the children left home. But for the man in the chair, it felt like a loss of stature. He was presiding over a contraction, a quiet decline of power that mirrored his own physical state. The war had eaten the king alive. We must look closely now at the face of George VI in the late 1940s. He was only in his early 50s, but he looked like a man of 70. His hair had thinned and turned silver. His face was gaunt, etched with deep lines of exhaustion. His eyes held a permanent shadow of strain. The stress of the stammer, the terror of the blitz, the burden of the dispatch boxes, and the ceaseless worry had hollowed him out. And then there was the smoke. The king was a heavy smoker, consuming dozens of cigarettes a day, a habit that was then considered a soothing nerve tonic, but was in reality a slow-acting poison. He developed arteriosclerosis, a hardening of the arteries that caused him cramping pain in his legs, cutting off the circulation. The walking king, who had loved to stalk deer in the Scottish Highlands, began to limp. The sensory world of the king became one of physical discomfort, the cold ache in the limbs, the shortness of breath, the metallic taste of medicine. Yet he refused to slow down. He belonged to a generation that believed illness was a weakness to be ignored. He continued to wave, to stand for hours at investitures, to wear the heavy uniforms, all while his body was quietly shutting down from the inside out. There is a poignant intimacy to these post-war years at Windsor. The castle, once a fortress against the Luftwaffe, became a sanctuary for a tired family. The evenings were spent doing jigsaw puzzles, listening to the radio, and playing charades, a game the royals loved with a competitive intensity that baffled outsiders. It was a domestic, almost bourgeois existence, wrapping the monarchy in a blanket of normalcy. But the silence of the castle was different now. It wasn't the tense silence of the war. It was the heavy, muffled silence of a clock winding down. The king knew, perhaps before anyone else, that his time was short. He began to look at his eldest daughter, Elizabeth, with a new urgent scrutiny. She was no longer just a girl. She was the heir, the vessel into which the sacred oil would soon be poured. He began to tutor her, showing her the state papers, explaining the Constitution, walking with her in the gardens and talking about the loneliness of the job. It was a transfer of wisdom from a father who was burning out to a daughter who was just catching fire. The debate among biographers often centres on whether the king sacrificed his life for the crown, whether the stress of the abdication and the war effectively killed him. The consensus is a sombre yes. He was a casualty of war, just as surely as a soldier on the beaches of Normandy, but his wound was stress, and his battlefield was a desk. As the 1940s drew to a close, the atmosphere in Britain was one of grey austerity. Ration books, bomb sites turned into car parks, and a national mood of make do and mend. The glamour of the Edwardian age was a distant memory. The monarchy had survived the fire, but now it had to survive the frost. The king was a spectral figure, a beloved ghost, haunting his own palaces, coughing in the damp English winter. But amidst this decline, a spark of new life was kindled. A romance was blooming, not the dangerous, destabilising romance of Edward and Wallace, but a solid, dashing, hopeful romance that promised to bring the colour back to the House of Windsor. A young naval officer with blonde hair and a sharp wit, a prince without a kingdom, had caught the eye of the future queen. The stage was being set for a wedding that would act as a splash of technicolor in a black and white world. The quiet decline was real, but it was also the mulch from which the next spring would grow. The king was fading, but he was holding the door open for the new age, standing in the twilight, ready to pass the torch before the darkness fell completely, into the grey, exhausted landscape of post-war Britain, where the coal smoke hung low, and the rationing books dictated the rhythm of daily life. There sailed a figure who seemed to have been cut from a different, sharper cloth. He was tall, blonde, angular, and possessed of a Viking's restless energy. His name was Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, formerly Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark, and his arrival in the inner sanctum of the House of Windsor was akin to tossing a firecracker into a library. To understand the romance that would define the second Elizabethan age, we must strip away the later image of the grumbling, gaff-prone elderly duke and see him as he was in 1946, a dashing, penniless, homeless naval officer with a wardrobe that consisted of one suit and a razor-sharp wit that he used as a shield against a tragic past. The love story between Elizabeth and Philip is often painted as a fairy tale, but in reality it was a collision of opposites. Elizabeth was the ultimate insider, a woman who had lived her entire life within the velvet cage of royal protocol, surrounded by bowing courtiers and the heavy scent of lilies. Philip was the ultimate outsider, a prince whose family had been exiled, whose father was a playboy, whose mother had suffered a breakdown, and who had been shuffled between boarding schools and relatives like a piece of lost luggage. He had been smuggled out of Greece as a baby in a crate originally used for oranges, a detail that sounds like a myth but is a historical fact that underscores the precariousness of his origins. He carried his royalty not as a crown, but as a chip on his shoulder. The spark had been struck years earlier, in July 1939, at the Royal Naval College in Dartmouth. It is a scene that history has preserved in amber. The 13-year-old Princess Elizabeth, shy and watchful in her matching coat and hat, and the 18-year-old cadet Philip, showing off by jumping over tennis nets and consuming vast quantities of ginger biscuits and lemonade. For Elizabeth, it was the thunderbolt. She never looked at another man. Throughout the war, while the bombs fell and she sat in the dungeon of Windsor Castle, his photograph, a bearded, rugged image of him in naval beard, sat on her mantelpiece. They wrote letters. Scholarly debate still lingers over the contents of these letters and the exact timeline of the romance, with some historians arguing that Philip, a pragmatist with no money and no kingdom, initially viewed the match as a strategic necessity before falling in love, while others insist his devotion was immediate. What is certain is that by 1946, the princess had made up her mind, and when a Tudor woman makes up her mind, the earth itself might move before she changes it. However, the course of true love never did run smooth, especially when the father of the bride is the King of England, and the groom is a man whom the courtiers referred to behind his back as the Hun. The opposition to Philip within the palace establishment was intense and venomous. To the moustaches, the old guard of aristocratic advisers, Philip was entirely unsuitable. He was rough, ill-mannered, uneducated, and worst of all, poor. He had a bank balance of nearly zero and a sea line of German brothers-in-law who had fought on the wrong side of the war. In the paranoid atmosphere of 1946, this was a diplomatic minefield. King George VI, protective and weary, was deeply torn. He liked Philip's honesty. He was perhaps the only man who didn't fawn over the king, but he was terrified of losing his beloved Lilibet to this reckless sailor. The king proposed a delay. He took the family on a tour of South Africa in 1947, secretly hoping that the separation would cool the romance, that Elizabeth would meet someone safer, perhaps a nice British duke with a large estate and a quiet voice. But the king underestimated his daughter. The separation only hardened her resolve. She wrote to Philip constantly. When they returned, the king, recognizing defeat with the grace of a loving father, finally gave his blessing. The engagement was announced in July 1947, and the sensory atmosphere of the summer shifted from grey to a hopeful pale gold. Philip presented her with a ring designed from diamonds, taken from a tiara belonging to his mother, Princess Alice, a symbol of the old, tragic European royalty being refashioned for a new British future. But the wedding planning took place against the backdrop of the winter of discontent, one of the harshest winters in living memory. Britain was frozen solid. Sheep froze in the fields. Coal was in such short supply that people burned furniture to stay warm. In this context, a royal wedding could have been seen as an insult to the suffering populace. Instead, it became a beacon. The public, starved of colour and joy, embraced the event with a fervour that baffled the politicians. Girls across the country sent their own clothing coupons to the palace so that the princess could buy the fabric for her dress, a gesture of profound sisterly solidarity, though the palace politely returned them, as it was illegal to transfer coupons. The dress itself, inspired by Botticelli's Primavera, was a masterpiece of ivory silk and seed pearls, a symbol of rebirth after the winter of war. There is a gentle humanizing humour in the chaos of the wedding morning on November 20th, 1947. It was a comedy of errors. The diamond-fringed tiara snapped in half as the hairdresser was attaching it, requiring a police escort to race it across London to the jeweller's for an emergency weld. The bride's bouquet went missing in a cool cupboard, and the pearl necklace was left at St. James's Palace, necessitating a footman to sprint through the crowds to retrieve it. Even in the highest circles, the panic of a wedding day is universal. When the doors of Westminster Abbey opened, the moment transcended the mishaps. Philip, looking uncharacteristically solemn, and perhaps a little terrified in his naval uniform, waited at the altar. He had given up everything to be there, his Greek title, his nationality. He was now a naturalized British subject. His surname, and even his religion, shifting from Greek Orthodox to Anglican. He had become Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, a man with no past, only a future. Elizabeth walked down the aisle not just as a princess, but as a woman claiming her agency. Winston Churchill, sitting in the congregation, famously described the wedding as a flash of colour on the hard road we have to travel. It was exactly that. It was a reaffirmation that life continues, that spring follows winter, but there was a shadow in the pews. Philip's 3 sisters, all married to German princes, were not invited. The wounds of the war were still too raw. It was a stark reminder that this fairy tale was built on the ruins of a fractured Europe. Philip stood alone, supported only by his mother and his ambitious uncle, Lord Mountbatten. The ceremony was broadcast by the BBC to 200 million people, the radio waves carrying the vows to the furthest corners of the Commonwealth. For the first time, the public felt they were guests at the wedding. As the couple emerged into the cold November air and rode the glass coach back to Buckingham Palace, the roar of the crowd was deafening. On the balcony, standing beside her father and her new husband, Elizabeth looked radiant, but the king looked old. He was waving, but his eyes were sad. He knew that by gaining a son, he had effectively lost his daughter to the state. He wrote her a letter a few days later, a heartbreakingly tender confession from a man who found it hard to speak. I was so proud of you and thrilled at having you so close to me on our long walk in Westminster Abbey. But when I handed your hand to the Archbishop, I felt I had lost something very precious. The romance of Elizabeth and Philip was real, fueled by a potent chemistry that would sustain them for 73 years, but it was also the beginning of a transition. The Viking prince had boarded the ship, and the old captain was preparing to hand over the wheel. The austerity wedding had provided the flash of colour the nation needed, but the long, dark winter of the king's health was closing in. The honeymoon was over before it began. Destiny was already checking its watch. The years between the royal wedding and the dark winter of 1952 felt like a long, lingering sunset, where the light is particularly golden and beautiful because the horizon is rushing up to meet it. For King George VI, this was a time of quiet satisfaction mixed with acute physical decline. He had secured the succession. He had seen his daughter married to a man he had grown to respect, and he had held his first grandchild, Prince Charles, in his arms, a boy born in the music room of Buckingham Palace in 1948, ensuring that the Windsor line would stretch into the next millennium. Yet, as the nursery filled with the bright noise of a new generation, the king himself was fading, his body becoming a hollow shell consumed by the stress of the war and the relentless, toxic comfort of his cigarettes. The sensory atmosphere of the king's life in these final years was dominated by the medical reality of the 1950s, a world of hushed voices, sterile instruments, and a conspiracy of silence regarding the word cancer. It is a historical fact that still shocks us today. The king was never told he was dying. His doctors, adhering to the paternalistic medical ethics of the time, diagnosed him with a blockage in his bronchial tube. In September 1951, in a makeshift operating theatre set up inside Buckingham Palace to avoid the public spectacle of a hospital, surgeons removed his entire left lung. The official bulletin spoke of structural changes, a polite, terrifying euphemism that fooled the public but could not fool the king's own body. He survived the operation with the grit of a soldier, but when he emerged, he was a shadow. His voice, always fragile, was now a whisper. His face was gaunt, the skin stretched tight over the bones, his eyes holding a look of profound, weary knowledge. He was 56, but he looked 80. As 1951 turned into 1952, the burden of the monarchy began to physically shift. It was a slow, visible transfer of weight. Princess Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh began to take his place at public events, reading his speeches, standing in the cold at reviews, while he watched from a car window. The king watched this transition with a mixture of pride and guilt. He knew he was robbing them of their youth, forcing them into the cage of duty far earlier than he had hoped. The poignancy of this period reached its zenith on January 31st, 1952. Elizabeth and Philip were due to embark on a massive tour of the Commonwealth, a journey that would take them to Australia and New Zealand, standing in for the king, who was now too weak to travel. They were to start in Kenya. The departure took place at London Airport. The sensory details of that morning are etched into the newsreels, the biting wind whipping across the tarmac, the roar of the propellers of the BOAS Argonaut Atalanta, and the solitary figure of the king standing on the tarmac. He had disobeyed doctors' orders to come and see them off. He stood bareheaded in the freezing wind, waving his hat, his hair blown wild, a look of desperate longing on his face. He watched the plane until it was a speck in the grey sky. Scholarly debate often touches on this moment. Did he know it was the last time? The look in his eyes suggests he did. He was saying goodbye not just to his daughter, but to his reign. He returned to Sandringham, his beloved country estate in Norfolk, the place where his father had died, and where he felt most like a human being and least like a monument. Sandringham, in winter, is a place of stark, melancholy beauty. Flat fields dusted with frost, the cry of pheasants in the woods, the smell of wood smoke and wet wool. The king seemed to rally in the country air. He spent his days with his family, playing with his grandchildren, and indulging in his favourite sport, shooting. Tuesday, February 5th, 1952, began as a perfect day. The sun was shining, the air was crisp, and the king went out for a keeper's day shoot, where the gamekeepers and staff joined the guns. He was in high spirits. He shot remarkably well, bagging a hare with a clean, sharp shot, a small victory that delighted him. There is a gentle, tragic warmth in the image of the King of England, hours away from death, measuring the success of his day by the weight of a game bag and the camaraderie of his staff. He was happy. He returned to the house as the light began to fade, the violet twilight of the Norfolk winter settling over the estate. He had dinner with his wife and his younger daughter, Princess Margaret. They listened to the radio coverage of Elizabeth's arrival in Kenya, hearing the distant crackling reports of the heat and the excitement in Africa. It was a surreal juxtaposition, the daughter in the bright sun of the future, the father in the cold twilight of the past. At around 10:30 p.m, the king decided to retire. He was tired, but it was a good tired, the exhaustion of a day spent in the open air. He went to his bedroom on the ground floor, a room that looked out over the gardens he loved. His valet, James MacDonald, helped him prepare for bed. The sensory ritual was comforting and precise. The window was opened slightly to let in the fresh air, a habit he never broke. The pyjamas were laid out. A cup of hot cocoa was placed on the bedside table. The king sat in bed, reading a magazine. He felt relaxed. His last words to his valet were ordinary, the kind of words you say when you expect to see someone in the morning. "I will see you at 7:30, James." MacDonald turned out the light and left the room. The king was alone in the dark. The silence of the house settled around him, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the clocks and the wind in the trees outside. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, as the moon passed over the estate, the king's heart simply stopped. It was a coronary thrombosis. There was no pain, no struggle, no cry for help. The flame just flickered and went out. The stammering king, who had fought so hard to be heard, slipped away in absolute silence. He had found the rest he had craved since 1936. The morning of February 6th broke with a cold, bright clarity. The sun streamed through the open window, illuminating the still figure in the bed. At 7:30 a.m, James MacDonald entered with the King's morning tea. He pulled back the curtains, expecting the King to stir. He didn't. The tea tray rattled in his hands. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He rushed to find the doctor. The news moved through the house in a series of hushed, terrified whispers. Hyde Park Corner, the secret code phrase for the King's death, was flashed down the telephone lines to the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, who was sitting in bed in London. Churchill, tough as old leather, wept openly when he heard. "Bad news?" his staff asked. "The worst," he replied. But amidst the grief, the machinery of the state, cold and efficient, clicked into gear. "The King is dead. Long live the Queen." The heralds began to prepare the proclamations. The BBC ceased its broadcasting, the national anthem played, and a sombre voice announced the news to a stunned nation. People in factories, in shops, in schools stopped. The great bell of Sebastopol at Windsor tolled, its deep, mournful note rolling across the river. But the most profound drama was taking place thousands of miles away, in a treehouse in the Abdication National Park in Kenya. Princess Elizabeth had spent the night watching elephants and rhinos at a salt lick, unaware that she had ascended the throne while sitting in the branches of a fig tree. The sun was rising over the African savannah, bathing the world in a hot golden light, while in Norfolk the blinds were being drawn. The news did not reach her immediately. It came via a telegram to a reporter, then to a private secretary, and finally to Prince Philip. It was Philip who had to tell her. He took her for a walk along the bank of a trout stream, away from the cameras and the staff. We can only imagine the sensory details of that moment. The rush of the water, the buzz of the insects, the sudden crushing weight of the words. Philip looked, according to witnesses, like he had been dropped on his head. He knew his life of naval freedom was over. He was now the consort, the shadow. Elizabeth, however, did not collapse. She did not scream. The training of a lifetime kicked in. She turned back toward the lodge, her face pale but set. She was no longer Elizabeth Windsor. She was the Queen. She had climbed up the tree, a princess, and climbed down a monarch. She apologized to her hosts for ruining the trip, a detail of such staggering British politeness that it breaks the heart, and began the long journey home. The flight back to London was a funeral wake in the sky. The plane, the same Atalanta that had carried them away in joy just days before, was now a vessel of mourning. A black dress, packed in a trunk for exactly this eventuality, was readied. When the plane touched down in London, the world had changed. The girl who walked down the stairs was small, dressed in black, her face composed in a mask of tragic dignity. Winston Churchill waited at the bottom of the steps, the old warrior bowing low to the young woman, acknowledging the shift in power. The sunset at Sandringham was over. The long night of mourning had begun. But in the darkness, a new era was already taking shape. The second Elizabethan age had dawned, not with a fanfare, but with a quiet, heartbreaking fortitude. George VI, the reluctant king, had done his duty to the very end, and now his daughter picked up the heavy jewelled burden without a tremble, ready to carry it for the next 70 years. To fully understand the woman who now stood in the black coat at the foot of the aircraft stairs, shaking the hand of Winston Churchill, we must look back through the clouds, rewinding the clock just 24 hours to the place where the metamorphosis actually occurred. The second Elizabethan age did not begin in the stone corridors of a palace, but in the wild, untamed branches of a giant Mugumo fig tree in the Aberdare forest of Kenya. The location, treetops, was exactly what the name suggested. A 3-bedroom shack perched 30 feet above the ground, built directly into the canopy of the ancient tree, overlooking a waterhole and a salt lick. It was a place of sensory extremes, as far removed from the ticking clocks of Sandringham as it was possible to be on Earth. Here, the air smelled of red dust, crushed eucalyptus, and the musk of wild animals. The soundscape was not the hushed whisper of courtiers, but the shrieking of baboons and the trumpet of elephants crashing through the bush. It is a detail of exquisite historical irony that the most formal, ritualized monarchy in the world found its new sovereign in a setting of absolute chaotic nature. On the night of February 5th, while King George VI was sleeping his final sleep in Norfolk, Princess Elizabeth was awake, filming with her cine camera, entranced by the spectacle below. The hunting lodge had installed an artificial moon, a large spotlight that bathed the waterhole in a ghostly, theatrical light, allowing the royal party to watch a herd of 47 elephants interacting with rhinos and waterbucks. Historians often pause here to note the eerie synchronization. At the precise moment the king's heart stopped beating in England, the princess was reportedly filming a fight between two waterbuck, capturing the raw struggle of life and death on film, unaware that her own life was shattering. She was wearing a pair of khaki slacks and a yellow bush shirt, laughing with her husband, completely suspended in a bubble of freedom. The famous hunter Jim Corbett, who was escorting the couple, later wrote the legendary lines in the Treetops logbook. For the first time in the history of the world, a young girl climbed into a tree one day, a princess, and after having what she described as her most thrilling experience, she climbed down from the tree the next day, a queen. The descent from the tree the next morning is the stuff of mythology. She climbed down the rickety wooden ladder, grasping the handrails warmed by the African sun, physically lowering herself from the freedom of the canopy into the cage of duty. She did not yet know she was queen. The telegram bearing the news had been delayed, encrypted in a code that the local operator couldn't decipher. It wasn't until she had returned to the Sargon Lodge, miles away, that the news broke. It came not via official channels, but through a journalist who had heard the flash on an erratic radio signal. The moment the bubble burst was quiet. There were no hysterics. When Philip told her, the girl in the treetops vanished and the monarch appeared. She immediately sat down at a desk to write letters of apology to her hosts for cancelling the rest of the tour. It is a detail that reveals the core of her character. Amidst the greatest personal shock of her life, her first instinct was good manners. She then turned to the practicalities. When asked what name she would use as queen, monarchs often choose a regnal name, like her father Albert, who became George. She replied instantly, "My own, of course, Elizabeth." The flight back to London on the Atalanta was a journey through purgatory. The plane was caught in a thunderstorm, battered by turbulence that shook the cabin violently, as if the sky itself was manifesting the turmoil of the succession. Inside, the atmosphere was hushed. The new queen spent hours staring out of the porthole into the dark, perhaps rehearsing the role she had watched her father play for 16 years. The black box legend, the dress packed in a trunk, became a terrifying reality. She had to change into the morning clothes in the cramped bathroom of the aircraft before the door opened. When she emerged, she was armoured in black crepe, her face pale, her emotions locked away in a vault to which only she held the key. The reunion with her family at Clarence House was equally stark. Her grandmother, Queen Mary, a woman who was the living embodiment of royal protocol, did not embrace her grieving granddaughter. Instead, the 84-year-old matriarch curtsied deeply, dropping to the floor before the 25-year-old girl. "God save the Queen," she said. It was a gesture of terrifying finality. The grandmother was gone. The subject remained. The following day, Elizabeth faced her first true test, the Accession Council at St. James's Palace. This is the oldest legislative body in the United Kingdoms, a gathering of lords, spiritual and temporal, a sea of elderly men in heavy robes and uniforms, waiting to hear the voice of the new sovereign. She was the only woman in the room. She stood on a small dais, looking out at the hundreds of grey, serious faces, the faces of the establishment, the faces of men who had known her as a toddler. She was petite, her voice high and clear, but her hands, gripping the paper, were trembling slightly. She began to read her declaration. By the sudden death of my dear father, I am called to assume the duties and responsibilities of sovereignty. My heart is too full for me to say more to you today than I shall always work, as my father did throughout his reign, to uphold constitutional government. It was a performance of steel. She did not stammer. She did not weep. She simply accepted the weight. One observer noted that she looked very small and very lonely, a solitary figure in black against the gold and crimson of the palace. But as she stepped down from the dais, the transformation was complete. The girl who had climbed the tree to watch the rhinos was gone, left behind in the dust of the Rift Valley. In her place stood Elizabeth II, a woman who had just married the state, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, until death would them part. The 16 months that separated the death of the king from the crowning of the queen were a period of suspended animation, a long-held breath taken by a nation waiting for the curtain to rise on a new act. If the accession was the legal transfer of power, the coronation on June 2nd, 1953, was the spiritual marriage of the monarch to the people, a spectacle designed to banish the grey-scale austerity of the post-war years and bathe Britain in a flood of gold and crimson. However, behind the scenes of this meticulously choreographed pageant, a ferocious battle was being waged over the soul of the monarchy itself. The conflict centred on a piece of technology that the old guard viewed with deep suspicion: the television camera. The Duke of Edinburgh, Philip, was appointed chair of the Coronation Commission, a move that ruffled the feathers of the establishment, who saw him as too modern, too impatient, and far too eager to change things. Philip argued passionately that the ceremony must be televised. He believed that in a democratic age the Queen had to be seen to be believed, not just by the aristocrats in the Abbey, but by the housewife in Liverpool and the coal miner in Wales. Opposing him were the heavyweights of the past: Prime Minister Winston Churchill and the Archbishop of Canterbury, Geoffrey Fisher. They were terrified that the magic of the monarchy would evaporate under the glare of the arc lights, that the intrusion of cameras would turn a sacred religious rite into a piece of vulgar entertainment. It would be like having a spyglass into the Holy of Holies, one courtier grumbled. Scholars still debate whether Philip's victory in this argument was the moment the monarchy saved itself or the moment it sold its soul to the media age. Ultimately, the Queen herself cast the deciding vote. She sided with her husband. The cameras would be allowed in, but with one strict condition: they must turn away during the most sacred moment, the anointing. The day itself dawned with the typically British sense of irony. It was cold, grey, and pouring with rain. June had decided to behave like November. Yet the weather could not dampen the fervour of the 3 million people who lined the streets of London, many of whom had camped out overnight on the wet pavement, huddled under tarpaulins and newspapers, fuelled by flasks of tea and a sense of communal joy. The sensory atmosphere of the capital was electric. The air smelled of damp wool, horse manure, and the faint metallic tang of ozone from the miles of cables that had been laid to broadcast the event. Inside the Gold State coach, the fairy tale carriage that has transported every monarch since George IV, the reality was far less romantic. The coach, suspended on leather straps, swayed violently with every turn of the wheels, inducing a terrible seasickness. The Queen, weighed down by the diadem and the heavy robes, reportedly felt green with nausea as she smiled and waved to the cheering ocean of humanity, clutching a hidden hot water bottle to stop herself from shivering. There is a gentle humanising humour in the fact that the most glamorous journey of her life was physically one of the most miserable, a perfect metaphor for the discomfort of duty wrapped in gold leaf. When the procession finally arrived at Westminster Abbey, the doors opened onto a scene of breathtaking theatricality. The interior had been transformed with blue and gold hangings, and tier upon tier of seats held 8,000 guests, peers in their ermine robes, coronets balanced on their knees, some of whom had famously concealed sandwiches and small flasks of brandy inside their velvet hats to sustain them through the grueling 3-hour service. The air inside was thick with the scent of flowers and the dusty, ancient smell of stone. As the Queen processed up the aisle, followed by her 6 maids of honour who struggled to manage the immense weight of her velvet train, a silence fell that was heavier than the music. This was not a civil inauguration, it was a religious sacrament. The televised broadcast, narrated by the velvet-voiced Richard Dimbleby, brought this ancient ritual into the living rooms of 27 million people in Britain alone. For the first time, the nation sat together, crowded around tiny, flickering black and white screens, many bought or rented specifically for this day, watching history happen in real time. They saw the recognition, the oath, and the presentation of the Bible. But then, the cameras looked away. The anointing is the heart of the coronation, the moment the monarch is stripped of their worldly robes and stands in a simple white linen shift, a humble servant before God. A canopy of gold cloth was held over the Queen by 4 knights of the Garter, shielding her from the gaze of the world. Underneath that canopy, the Archbishop dabbed the holy oil, a secret mixture of orange flowers, roses, cinnamon, musk, and ambergris, onto her hands, breast, and head. It was a moment of profound, terrifying intimacy. The oil itself had a history. The original flask had been destroyed in the Blitz, when a bomb hit the deanery, and a new batch had to be frantically reformulated by a pharmacist on Bond Street. In the darkness beneath the canopy, Elizabeth was not a celebrity or a statesman. She was a young woman accepting a burden that she believed was divinely ordained. When the canopy was removed, she was dressed in the colobium sindonis, a simple tunic, and then layered with the heavy, stiff robes of gold cloth, transforming her slowly into a living icon, a Byzantine figure, almost unable to move under the weight of the vestments. Then came the moment of the crown. St. Edward's crown is a solid gold object, weighing nearly 5 pounds. It is not designed for comfort. It is designed to be heavy, a physical reminder of the burden of kingship. As the Archbishop raised it high, the silence in the abbey was absolute. He lowered it slowly. The Queen steadied herself. The crown settled. And in that second, the young mother, the wife, the girl who loved dogs and horses disappeared entirely, swallowed by the institution. "God save the Queen!" The congregation shouted, the cry echoing off the vaulted ceiling, followed by a fanfare of trumpets that seemed to shake the very foundations of the church. Outside, the guns at the Tower of London fired in salute. Across the land, in village halls and city flats, people stood up in their living rooms, some weeping, some cheering, united by the strange, potent magic of the transmission. The Queen had been crowned not just in the Abbey, but in the imagination of the world. It was the birth of the global media monarchy, a fusion of ancient mysticism and modern technology. The return journey to the palace was a blur of rain and cheering, but the most poignant moment came later, away from the crowds. Back at Buckingham Palace, still wearing the imperial state crown, which she had swapped for the heavier St. Edward's crown, the Queen finally relaxed. There is a delightful, verified anecdote that she walked down the corridor and, realising the crown was still on her head, simply said to her maids of honour, "Do get this thing off me, it's terribly heavy." She then went to the window to watch the RAF fly past, not as a remote figurehead, but as a mother, pointing out the plains to a young Prince Charles and Princess Anne who were pressing their faces against the glass. The new Elizabethan age had begun. It was heralded as a second Renaissance, a time when Britain, having shed the trauma of the war, would climb to new heights of art, science and influence. The reality, of course, would be more complex. The empire was dissolving, the economy was fragile, and the social deference that held the class system together was beginning to crack. But on that rainy June day in 1953, none of that mattered. For one day, the illusion was perfect. The young queen, beautiful and solemn, offered a promise of continuity and hope. She was the calm centre of the turning world, the fixed point around which the chaotic second half of the 20th century would revolve. The television screens flickered off, the tea was drunk, and the bunting began to sag in the rain, but the image of the girl in the gold coach remained, burned into the collective retina of a generation, a symbol of a promise kept and a life signed away. If the coronation was the anchoring of the monarchy in ancient stone, the years that followed were defined by the constant rhythmic churning of a propeller through salt water as the House of Windsor took to the sea to salvage a dissolving empire. We step now onto the teak decks of the royal yacht Britannia, the gleaming white vessel that became the floating palace of the second Elizabethan age. It was more than a ship. It was a diplomatic weapon disguised as a luxury liner, a sanctuary where the sensory world of the Queen shifted from the smell of damp English tweed to the scent of tropical flowers, engine oil, and the endless hypnotic horizon of the ocean. The mid-1950s and early 1960s were the era of the winds of change, a phrase coined by Prime Minister Harold Macmillan to describe the unstoppable surge of nationalism sweeping across Africa and Asia. The British Empire, painted pink on the schoolroom maps of the Queen's childhood, was evaporating in the heat of post-war geopolitics. The Queen's mission was not to stop this tide, for that was impossible, but to ride it, to transform the coercive chains of empire into the voluntary bonds of the Commonwealth. It was a task that required a delicate, high-wire act of charisma and humility, performed not in the throne room, but in the sweltering heat of open-top cars in Lagos, Karachi, and Canberra. The sheer scale of the travel in this period is dizzying to contemplate. In 1953, just months after being crowned, the Queen and Prince Philip embarked on a 6-month tour of the Commonwealth, a marathon that covered 40,000 miles. They were the first reigning monarchs to circumnavigate the globe. The statistics are impressive, but the human reality was grueling. Imagine the sensory overload, the blinding flash of magnesium bulbs in Sydney, the deafening drums of Fiji, the humidity of Jamaica pressing against the skin like a hot towel, and the relentless need to smile, to wave, to look interested in the 1,000th line of local dignitaries. The Queen, still in her 20s, became the most famous woman in the world, a global avatar of glamour who was greeted with a hysteria that rivaled the arrival of a pop star. In Australia, it is estimated that 3/4 of the entire population turned out to see her. She was a projection screen for a world in transition, a symbol of continuity for the British settlers and a curiosity for the indigenous populations. Yet, beneath the ticker tape parades, the tectonic plates were shifting. The Suez Crisis of 1956 exposed the harsh truth that Britain was no longer a military superpower capable of imposing its will on the world. The American disapproval forced a humiliating withdrawal, and the lesson was learned in Buckingham Palace. As clearly as in Downing Street, hard power was gone. Soft power was all that remained. This realization brings us to one of the most cinematic and politically significant moments of the Queen's early reign, her visit to Ghana in 1961. This episode perfectly illustrates the tension between the cautious government and the determined monarch. Kwame Nkrumah, the charismatic and increasingly authoritarian leader of Ghana, was flirting with the Soviet Union. The British government and the Americans were terrified that Ghana, a key African nation, would leave the Commonwealth and fall under the influence of Moscow. They advised the Queen to cancel her scheduled visit, citing safety concerns as explosions had been going off in Accra. The Queen, however, refused. She understood something her ministers did not: the personal touch. She viewed the Commonwealth not as a political graveyard for the empire, but as a family of nations, and she was the head of the family. To cancel would be to insult a host and push him into the arms of the Russians. The debate in the palace was fierce. Prime Minister Macmillan wrote in his diary that the Queen was determined and arguably impatient with the way she was being treated like a film star rather than a head of state. She famously remarked, "I am not a film star, I am the head of the Commonwealth, and I am paid to face risks." The visit went ahead. The atmosphere in Accra was tense, the heat stifling. The press watched like vultures, waiting for a disaster. But then came the moment that changed everything. At a state ball, while the band played high-life music, a syncopated, jazzy West African rhythm, the Queen stood up. She was wearing a dress of shimmering white, a stark contrast to the dark suits of the politicians. She walked onto the dance floor and took the hand of Kwame Nkrumah. A collective gasp went through the room, and arguably through the world. In 1961, images of a white female monarch dancing intimately with a black African president were virtually non-existent. It was a visual shockwave. It was not just a dance, it was a statement of equality. The Queen was smiling, relaxed, moving to the music with a genuine enjoyment that could not be faked. Nkrumah was charmed. The anti-British sentiment evaporated in the heat of the ballroom. Ghana stayed in the Commonwealth. Historians still argue about the depth of this victory. Nkrumah was eventually overthrown, and Africa remained volatile, but as a piece of diplomatic theatre, it was a masterpiece. It proved that the Queen was not merely a rubber stamp for the government. She was a diplomatic player with her own instincts, capable of using her gender and her mystique to achieve what battleships no longer could. However, the winds of change were not always so easily charmed. The Queen had to sit stoically through speeches in nascent republics where leaders railed against the crimes of British colonialism. She had to accept that she was presiding over a diminishing inheritance. There is a poignant melancholy in the image of the royal yacht sailing away from harbour after harbour, the Union Jack being lowered for the last time, replaced by a new national flag. The Queen watched these ceremonies with a disciplined face, never betraying a sense of loss, only a sense of duty to the new order. She was the midwife of independence, smoothing the transition, ensuring that the break was political, not emotional. This was the genius of the Commonwealth strategy. By removing the British from the British Commonwealth of Nations, she allowed the organisation to survive as a voluntary club of equals. It became her life's work, her baby, a multiracial, multicultural organisation that she defended fiercely against critics who called it a fig leaf for a naked emperor. Yet amidst the global politics, life on board Britannia offered a rare glimpse of the woman behind the crown. The yacht was the only place where the Queen could truly relax. The sensory environment was curated for comfort. The chintz sofas, the family photographs, the crew who wore rubber-soled shoes to ensure silence on the decks. It was here that the royal family became a family. We see snapshots of a different life. Prince Philip manning the barbecue on the deck of a remote island, the Queen reading a mystery novel in a deck chair, the children sliding around the polished floors during a storm. It was a floating bubble of normalcy, a place where the phone didn't ring, and the red boxes could occasionally be ignored for an hour. But even here, the shadow of the changing world intruded. As the 1960s progressed, the deferential culture of the 1950s began to erode. Satire boom was beginning in London. The establishment was becoming a joke. The Queen, floating on her yacht, began to look less like a modern pioneer and more like a disconnected aristocrat. The gap between the jet set and the set was widening. As we sail out of the early 1960s, the water is getting choppier. The new Elizabethan age was losing its shine. The optimism of the coronation had faded into the pragmatic, often cynical reality of the Cold War and the Cultural Revolution. The Queen had successfully managed the transition from empire to Commonwealth, a monumental achievement of soft power, but she was about to face a challenge closer to home. The Cultural Revolution of the 1960s, the Beatles, the miniskirt, the sexual revolution, was an alien language to a woman raised in the nursery of the 1930s. The winds of change were not just blowing through Africa, they were blowing through the streets of London, rattling the windows of Buckingham Palace. The monarchy, so secure in its traditions, was about to collide with the relentless, irreverent energy of the modern world, and the Queen would soon have to decide whether to pull the curtains tight or, once again, step onto the dance floor and learn a new rhythm. The yacht sails on, but the horizon is clouding over, and the safe harbour of the past is disappearing from view. By the late 1960s, the thick velvet curtains that had shielded the monarchy for centuries were beginning to feel less like protective armour and more like a suffocating shroud, trapping the Windsors in a time capsule, while the rest of the world exploded in a kaleidoscope of psychedelic colour. The contrast was jarring. Outside the palace gates, the Beatles were recording Abbey Road, men were preparing to walk on the moon, and the youth of London was swinging in a haze of revolution and crushed velvet. Inside the gates, the routine remained resolutely Edwardian, a cycle of debutantes, garden parties, and stiff waving from balconies. To the new generation, the monarchy wasn't hated. It was something far worse. It was irrelevant. It was boring. The Queen, now in her 40s, was seen by the satirical press as a frumpy, distant figure, a head of state, rather than a human being. The palace press office, sensing the danger of indifference, decided on a strategy that was as radical as it was risky. They would shatter the fourth wall. They would invite the cameras not just into the abbey or the coach, but into the kitchen, the living room, and the car. They commissioned a fly-on-the-wall documentary, simply titled Royal Family, designed to prove that the Windsors were, beneath the diamonds, a normal family, a firm that worked hard, laughed, and even ate lunch. It was a decision to let the daylight in, unaware that daylight, while illuminating, can also bleach the colour out of a mystery. The filming took place over a year, creating a sensory intimacy that had never existed before. The director, Richard Corsten, was given unprecedented access. For 75 days, the cameras tracked the family, capturing the mundane alongside the magnificent. We see the Queen not as a monarch, but as a working mother. There is a scene, both banal and fascinating, where she sits at her desk in Buckingham Palace, the hum of London traffic audible through the window, complaining about the frightful heat while signing state papers. It was a shock to the system for the public to realise the Queen felt the temperature like everyone else. But the most iconic and debated scenes took place at Balmoral, the Scottish sanctuary, where the royals truly let their guard down. Here, the documentary captured the Great Barbecue. The sensory dissonance of this scene is absolute. Prince Philip, the husband of the sovereign, stands over a sizzling grill, poking at sausages with the intense concentration of a suburban dad, while the Queen, the woman who wears the imperial state crown, mixes salad dressing in a plastic bowl. The smell of the wood smoke, the sound of the sizzling meat, and the sight of Princess Anne complaining about the smoke in her eyes. It was aggressively normal. It was a performance of domesticity, yes, but it was also a revelation. The gods were cooking their own lunch. However, The documentary also ventured into the realm of the surreal. In one famous sequence, the Queen takes her youngest son, Prince Edward, to a local shop in Ballater to buy sweets. The tension is palpable, not because of any security threat, but because the Queen is handling money, a dirty, physical reality she rarely touched. She counts out the coins with a careful, slightly awkward precision, buying him an ice cream. It was a moment that humanized her more than 1,000 speeches, yet it also sparked a quiet crisis of philosophy within the establishment. The constitutional scholar Walter Bargerhot had famously warned in the Victorian era, "We must not let in daylight upon magic." His argument was that the monarchy relied on a certain level of mysticism. If people saw that the king was just a man who sneezed and worried about the price of ice cream, why should they bow to him? By filming the Queen buying sweets and Philip grilling sausages, they were stripping away the divine right and replacing it with celebrity. They were trading awe for popularity, a currency that is notoriously volatile. Scholarly debate still rages over whether royal family saved the monarchy by making it relatable or doomed it by turning it into a soap opera. It opened a door that could never be closed again. Once the public knew what the Queen's living room looked like, they wanted to look in her bedroom and then her diary. When the documentary aired in June 1969, the reaction was cataclysmic. It was watched by 23 million people in Britain and 350 million worldwide. It was a triumph of public relations. The viewing figures were higher than the moon landing would be a month later. The public loved it. They saw a family that laughed, teased each other, and worked hard. They saw the Queen calling the American ambassador a gorilla, a moment of dry wit that delighted the audience. They saw a family that was, in many ways, just like them, only with better furniture. But amidst the applause, there were voices of caution. David Attenborough, then a controller at the BBC, reportedly warned the director that he was killing the monarchy by destroying the mystique. He argued that the institution depended on a tribal chieftain-like distance, and that by making them a TV family, they were subjecting themselves to the same rules as television characters. If the ratings dropped, or if the plot became boring, they would be cancelled. The aftermath of the documentary confirmed both the triumph and the tragedy of the strategy. The Windsors were more popular than ever, but they had lost their protective shield. The press now felt entitled to access. The royal soap opera had pilot tested successfully, and the tabloids were hungry for the next season. The Queen herself seemed to sense that they had gone too far. She reportedly came to dislike the film, feeling it was too intrusive, too raw. In a move that speaks volumes about her desire to regain control, she had the film withdrawn from circulation. For decades, it was locked away in the royal archives, forbidden from being broadcast, a ghost film that existed only in the memory of those who saw it and in grainy, unauthorized clips that surfaced on the internet years later. She tried to put the genie back in the bottle, to pull the velvet curtains shut again, but it was too late. The light had flooded in. The mystery of what the royals did in private had been solved. They ate from Tupperware, a myth actually. They were plastic containers, but the brand name stuck in the public imagination as a symbol of their frugality. They drove cars, and they made awkward small talk. As the 1960s bled into the 1970s, the legacy of royal family became the defining struggle of the Windsors. They had traded the remote, godlike status of George V for the relatable celebrity status of the television age. They were no longer just a symbol of the state. They were content, and content needs conflict. The calm, boring stability that the Queen valued above all else was not good TV. The media beast they had fed was now hungry for drama, for scandal, for cracks in the facade. The documentary had shown them as a happy, united family, but as the children grew up and their own lives became complex, that narrative would be tested to destruction. The golden family of the film was about to enter a decade of strikes, economic darkness, and personal heartbreak. The barbecue was over, the smoke was clearing, and the cameras were still rolling, waiting for the first sign of rain. The daylight was in, and it would prove to be a harsh, unforgiving glare that exposed every flaw in the stone, every wrinkle in the silk, and every crack in the hearts of the people living inside the aquarium. The era of the royal soap had begun, and the scriptwriters in Fleet Street were sharpening their pencils, ready to turn the domestic comedy into a tragedy. If the 1960s were a technicolor explosion, the 1970s in Britain felt like a hangover recorded in sepia tone. The nation had woken up from the dream of the swinging 60s to find itself cold, broke, and sitting in the dark. We enter now into the years of stagnation, a decade defined by a sensory palette of beige, brown, and the grey of uncollected rubbish piling up on Leicester Square. The economy was in freefall, inflation was galloping at nearly 25%, and the unions held the country in a headlock of perpetual strikes. It was the era of the 3-day week, when electricity was rationed so severely that people worked by candlelight and television stations shut down at 10:30 p.m. to save power, into this gloomy, fractured landscape where the Irish Republican Army, IRA, was waging a terrifying bombing campaign on the mainland and the political consensus was crumbling. The monarchy stood as a peculiar, anachronistic lighthouse. The Queen was now in her 50s, a figure of matronly stability in a world that seemed to have lost its mind. The revolutionary fervour of the youth had curdled into the angry, spitting nihilism of punk. The Sex Pistols, a band of anarchic musicians who treated disrespect as a competitive sport, released their own version of God Save the Queen, just in time for the Silver Jubilee of 1977. They defaced the Queen's image with safety pins and screamed that there is no future in England's dreaming. It was a brutal, sonic assault on the institution, and for a moment the establishment trembled, fearing that the Jubilee would be a disaster, a party to which no one would come. The anxiety inside Buckingham Palace was palpable. The courtiers, looking out at a nation divided by class war and weary of authority, advised caution. They feared that a grand celebration would be seen as insensitive, a let-them-eat-cake moment while the populace was struggling to afford bread. But the Queen, with her quiet, stubborn instinct for the national mood, decided to proceed. She embarked on a tour that was punishing in its scope, visiting 36 counties in 3 months. This was the perfection of the walkabout, a royal innovation that changed the sensory experience of monarchy forever. Instead of waving from a distant car, the Queen got out. She walked through the crowds. The security detail sweated nervously as the sovereign disappeared into seas of people, separated only by the thin fabric of her coat from the unpredictable public. But the predicted hostility never materialized. Instead, something strange and alchemical happened. In the drab, concrete shopping centres of Birmingham and the rain-lashed streets of Glasgow, the people didn't jeer, they cheered. They handed her wilted posies of flowers. They reached out to touch her gloved hand, as if it were a talisman of luck. It became clear that while the British people might hate the government, the economy, and the weather, they still possessed a deep, irrational affection for the small woman in the bright hat, who had simply been there every day for 25 years. The Jubilee celebrations in June 1977 were a defiance of the national gloom. It was as if the country decided to take a holiday from its own depression. The sensory transformation of London was startling. The grey streets were suddenly draped in miles of red, white, and blue bunting, much of it homemade and slightly tatty, fluttering in the summer breeze. Street parties, a tradition resurrected from the victory celebrations of 1945, erupted in every neighbourhood. Trestle tables were set up down the middle of terraced streets, groaning under the weight of jelly, egg sandwiches, and tepid tea. Neighbours, who hadn't spoken in years, toasted the Queen with plastic cups of sherry. It was a riot of nostalgia and community. Historians often debate the true nature of this outpouring. Was it a genuine endorsement of the monarchy, or was it a desperate collective need for a party? A form of escapism? Perhaps it was both. It was a way for the British to remind themselves that they were still a community, still a nation with a history, even if the present was bleak. The Queen was the excuse, but the unity was the result. The climax of the week was the procession to St. Paul's Cathedral. The Queen rode in the Gold State coach, the same uncomfortable rolling vessel she had endured at her coronation. She wore an outfit of shocking pink, a colour chosen specifically so she could be seen from a mile away in the grey London light. As the coach rumbled through the city, the roar of the crowd was deafening, drowning out the memory of the Sex Pistols' 3 chords. But the most poignant moment came not in the cathedral, but on the river. A river pageant was held on the Thames, echoing the water processions of Elizabeth the Shard. The Queen travelled in a launch, waving to the thousands lining the banks. At one point, the heavens opened, as is the tradition for British royal events, and the rain came down in sheets. The Queen, stoic as ever, simply put up an umbrella and carried on. There is a dry, affectionate humour in the British reaction to this. Seeing their monarch getting soaked to the bone somehow endeared her to them more than any dry, polished speech could have. She was enduring the same weather, the same discomfort, with the same stiff upper lip. She was, in that moment, the mother of the nation, refusing to let a little rain spoil the family picnic. Following the service, the Queen did something she rarely does. She spoke about her own feelings. In a speech at the Guildhall, she looked back on her accession pledge. When I was 21, I pledged my life to the service of our people, and I asked for God's help to make good that vow. Although that vow was made in my salad days, when I was green in judgment, I do not regret nor retract one word of it. The phrase salad days, borrowed from Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, was a touch of poetic humility that landed perfectly. It was a reaffirmation of the contract. She was telling them that she was still on the job, that she wasn't going anywhere. The silver jubilee proved that the monarchy was Teflon coated. The punk revolution raged, the economy cratered, and the winter of discontent loomed on the horizon, where the dead would go unburied and trash would pile high in Leicester Square, but the House of Windsor stood firm. However, the success of the Jubilee masked a deeper, more personal shift within the family. While the Queen was being celebrated as the grandmother of the nation, her own children were growing into adults who would soon test the monarchy's survival in ways the Sex Pistols never could. Prince Charles, the introspective, sensitive heir, was approaching 30, the age by which a prince was expected to have found a bride. He was a man out of time, a lover of architecture and philosophy, wandering through the modern world looking for a role and a partner. He was under immense pressure to do his duty and secure the line. The Jubilee had bought the monarchy time and goodwill, but it had not solved the problem of the future. The steadfast anchor held the ship during the storm of the 70s, but as the decade closed, the crew was getting restless. The Queen looked out from the balcony at the sea of flags, a sea that stretched all the way down the Mall, and she smiled her professional, enigmatic smile. She had won the battle of the 1970s, but the 1980s were coming, bringing with them a new era of celebrity, excess, and a young kindergarten teacher with shy eyes who would become more famous than the Queen herself. The sensory world was about to shift from the beige of the 70s to the blinding neon of the 80s, and the anchor was about to be tested by a tidal wave named Diana. The summer of 1981 did not just arrive in London, it descended like a fever dream, a delirious haze of heat, hysteria, and Union Jacks that seemed to suspend reality itself. The grim, grey austerity of the 1970s was swept away overnight by a tidal wave of royal romance that felt less like a historical event and more like a global hallucination. We stand now at the altar of St. Paul's Cathedral on July 29th, 1981, staring into the very heart of the fairy tale. It is a word that was used so often it lost its meaning, becoming a glossy lacquer that coated the truth until it was unrecognisable. But to understand the tragedy that followed, we must first feel the overwhelming, intoxicating power of the seduction. The world wanted a fairy tale. The British people, battered by riots in Brixton and rising unemployment, needed a distraction. The monarchy needed a future. And into this vacuum stepped Lady Diana Spencer, a 19-year-old kindergarten assistant with eyes like doe in headlights and a pedigree that was technically more aristocratic than the Windsors themselves. She was the perfect candidate, a virgin, a Protestant, and an aristocrat, checking every box on the invisible list of requirements for a future queen. But she was also a teenager who loved Duran Duran and romance novels, about to marry a 32-year-old man who loved philosophy, watercolour painting, and, as history would painfully reveal, another woman. The courtship that led to this moment was shockingly brief. A mere 13 meetings, most of them in the company of others. It was a relationship conducted in the glare of flashbulbs and the hushed, artificial atmosphere of royal residences. Scholars and biographers still argue over the nature of this union. Was it a cynical arrangement engineered by the palace, men in grey suits to secure an heir, or was it a genuine, if misguided, attempt by two lonely people to find a connection? The truth is likely a heartbreaking mix of both. Charles was under immense pressure from his father and his duty to settle down. Diana was in love with the idea of the prince, a poster on her wall come to life. The warning signs were there, flashing like neon lights in the fog, but everyone chose to ignore them. The most famous of these occurred during their engagement interview, a piece of footage that now plays like a horror movie trailer. When asked if they were in love, Diana replied instantly, "Of course," while Charles added, with a thoughtful, chilling detachment, "Whatever in love means." At the time, it was dismissed as philosophical musing. In retrospect, it was a confession. He didn't know, she thought she did. The trap was set. The wedding day itself was a masterpiece of theatre, a sensory explosion that captivated 750 million people around the globe. The sun beat down on the streets of London, where 600,000 people had camped out, creating a carnival of singing, drinking, and flag-waving. The air smelled of horse manure, expensive perfume, and the melting asphalt of the mall. When Diana emerged from the glass coach at the steps of St. Paul's, the world gasped. The dress designed by David and Elizabeth Emanuel was a defining object of the 1980s, a billowing explosion of ivory silk taffeta, antique lace, and 10,000 pearls, trailing a 25-foot train that seemed to have a life of its own. There is a touch of gentle human comedy in the arrival. The dress was so voluminous that it had been crushed into the small carriage, emerging like a creased meringue that required the bridesmaids to frantically smooth and shake it out before the cameras caught the wrinkles. It was a dress that wore the girl rather than the other way around, a metaphor for the title she was about to assume. Inside the cathedral, the atmosphere was heavy with the scent of flowers and the weight of centuries. St. Paul's was chosen over the traditional Westminster Abbey because it offered more seating and a longer aisle, a theatrical decision to maximise the spectacle. As Diana walked that red carpet, she was trembling. She later admitted to feeling like a lamb to the slaughter, looking frantically for the face of Camilla Parker Bowles in the pews. The woman she knew was the third person in the marriage. Yet, to the millions watching on their grainy television sets, she looked serene, the ultimate virgin bride. The ceremony had its human flaws, moments that pierced the perfection with accidental charm. Diana, overwhelmed by the nerves and the long list of names, muddled her groom's title, calling him Philip Charles Arthur George instead of Charles Philip. There is a sweet irony in her marrying his father by mistake, a slip of the tongue that betrayed the terrifying reality of a young girl standing before an archbishop and the world. Charles, too, stumbled, promising to share all his goods with her, rather than all his worldly goods. A Freudian slip, perhaps, for a man who was giving her his world, but withholding his heart. When the vows were spoken, the roar from the crowd outside penetrated the thick stone walls of the cathedral, a wave of sound that rolled over the congregation. It was done. The ring, a sapphire, surrounded by diamonds that Diana had chosen from a catalogue, a detail that sniffy courtiers found common, but the public found accessible, was on her finger. They emerged into the sunlight as the Prince and Princess of Wales. The carriage ride back to Buckingham Palace was a victory lap. They waved, they smiled, they looked for all the world like the happy ending of a Disney movie. Then came the balcony appearance, the moment that sealed the myth. The crowd chanted, "Kiss her, kiss her," until, breaking with royal protocol which frowned upon public displays of affection, Charles leaned in. It was a fleeting, slightly awkward kiss, but the photograph went around the world. It was the image that launched 1,000 commemorative plates. It sold the lie perfectly. The public saw a prince who had found his princess. They didn't see the mismatched strangers who had barely spoken about anything real, who had nothing in common, and who were retreating into separate corners of the palace as soon as the curtains closed. The fairy tale wedding was the zenith of the Windsors' popularity. It seemed to secure the dynasty for another 100 years. It brought youth, beauty, and glamour to an institution that had become dusty and beige. Diana was the people's princess long before the term was coined. She was tactile. She stooped to talk to children. She wore her emotions on her skin. She was the oxygen the monarchy needed, but she was also highly flammable. The establishment thought they had acquired a malleable mannequin, a brood mare, to produce heirs and look pretty at state dinners. They didn't realize they had brought a live wire into a house made of dry wood. As the sun set on that July day, with fireworks illuminating Hyde Park and the champagne flowing, the world went to sleep believing in the magic. But in the quiet of the royal apartments, the reality was already setting in. The age gap of 12 years felt like a chasm. The intellectual gap was wider. The emotional gap was unbridgeable. The prince wanted a mother figure to soothe his insecurities. The princess wanted a husband to love her. Neither could give the other what they needed. The wedding of the century was in truth a tragedy of errors, a collision of needs that would slowly, agonizingly tear the monarchy apart. The fairy tale was written, the book was closed, but the characters were still trapped inside, and the story was about to turn into a dark, psychological drama that no one, least of all the girl in the crushed silk dress, was prepared for. If the wedding was the technicolor finale of the fairy tale, the years that followed were the unscripted, claustrophobic sequel that no one in the palace knew how to direct. We enter now into the cracks in the marble, a period in the mid-1980s where the House of Windsor appeared. From the outside to be soaring to new heights of global adulation, while on the inside the structural beams were beginning to buckle under the weight of unhappiness. The 1980s were a decade of excess, big hair, big shoulder pads and big egos, and the royal family became the ultimate soap opera, starring a cast that was increasingly going off script. The pressure began almost the moment the honeymoon suitcases were unpacked. The primary duty of the Princess of Wales was biological, to produce an heir and a spare. In this regard, Diana delivered with the efficiency the establishment demanded. On June 21st, 1982, less than a year after the wedding, Prince William was born. His arrival broke with tradition in a significant way. He was the first future king to be born in a hospital, St. Mary's in Paddington, rather than in the drafty splendour of a palace guest room. It was a nod to modernity, a sign that Diana intended to do things differently. When she emerged on the steps of the Lindo wing, holding the baby in a polka dot dress, she looked radiant, but the smile masked a terrifying reality. Behind the closed doors of Kensington Palace, she was suffering from severe postpartum depression, a condition the royal family, with its Victorian pull-yourself-up-by-your-bootstraps mentality, was woefully ill-equipped to understand. The arrival of the spare, Prince Harry, in September 1984, marked the moment the hairline fracture turned into a clean break. The story has become a grim part of royal folklore, but its emotional impact remains searing. Charles, desperate for a daughter, reportedly looked into the cot and remarked, "Oh God, it's a boy," followed by, "and he's even got rusty hair." He then went off to play polo. For Diana, who had reportedly held off telling him the gender because she knew he would be disappointed, something inside her died that afternoon. She later told friends that something closed up inside me. The marriage, which had been hanging by a thread of duty and hope, effectively ended in the nursery. From that point on, the Prince and Princess of Wales were leading separate lives, united only by the red diaries of their engagement schedules and the presence of the two small boys they both adored. However, to the public, the show was more captivating than ever. The Diana effect was in full swing. The tour of Australia and New Zealand in 1983 serves as the perfect case study for the tragedy of their public success and private failure. It was a triumph of soft power. The couple was greeted by crowds that dwarfed those of the Queen's coronation tour, but the dynamic had shifted. People didn't want to see the prince, they wanted the princess. When the royal couple split up to work opposite sides of a street, the crowd on Charles's side would audibly groan, "Oh, it's him." Charles, a man who had spent his entire life being the star of the show, the golden prince who had waited decades for his moment, found himself relegated to the role of a prop holder for his young wife. He was jealous. It was a human, if unbecoming, reaction. Instead of being proud of her ability to connect, he felt diminished by it. He couldn't understand why the public preferred a girl with no degree, who giggled and wore pretty hats, to a man who worried about architectural conservation and organic farming. The jealousy festered, turning into a cold resentment that permeated the air between them like stale smoke. Scholars and biographers continue to debate the culpability of the palace during these years. The establishment view is that Diana was unstable, paranoid, and impossible to help, a bolter who wouldn't listen to advice. The opposing view is that she was a lamb thrown into a shark tank, a young woman crying out for help in a language the Windsors didn't speak. The truth involves the secret scourge of bulimia nervosa, the secret disease Diana battled for years. It was her release valve, a way to control one thing in a life where she controlled nothing. The sensory details of her existence became a nightmarish loop. The blinding flash of cameras, the adoration of strangers who wanted to touch her, and then the silence of the bathroom, the binging and purging, the loneliness that felt physical. She was the most photographed woman in the world, yet she claimed to be the loneliest. The contrast was jarring. She would visit hospices, holding the hands of AIDS patients, a revolutionary act in the 1980s that shattered the stigma of the disease, showing an empathy that was boundless. Then she would return to a palace where her husband was calling his former mistress, Camilla Parker Bowles, on a private line. The third person in the marriage was no longer a ghost. She was a permanent fixture. Charles had resumed his relationship with Camilla, finding in her the grounding, undemanding acceptance that Diana could not give him. Camilla was his best friend, his soulmate, the woman who laughed at his jokes and didn't care about fashion. Diana knew. She famously confronted Camilla at a party, a scene of high drama that shattered the upper-class code of silence. "I know what is going on between you and Charles, and I just want you to know that," she said. It was a brave, desperate act, but it changed nothing. The marriage had become a war of the Waleses. They began to brief the press against each other, using journalists as weapons. The happy family photo shoots became exercises in acting. If you look closely at the photographs from the late 80s, the eyes are dead. The body language is rigid. They are two people trapping each other in a cage of gold. Meanwhile, the rest of the family was also navigating the choppy waters of the 1980s. The Queen's second son, Prince Andrew, married Sarah Ferguson, Fergie, in 1986. At first, she seemed like a breath of fresh air, a boisterous, fun-loving redhead who shared the Windsors' love of country sports and horseplay. But soon, her exuberance was branded as vulgarity by the press. The It's a Knockout charity tournament in 1987, where members of the royal family dressed up in medieval costumes and threw custard pies at each other on television, is often cited by historians as a nadir of royal dignity. It was intended to show they were good sports, but it ended up making them look ridiculous. The dignity of the monarchy, so carefully preserved by the Queen, was being chipped away by the antics of the younger generation. The firm was losing its aura. It was becoming a celebrity circus. As the decade drew to a close, the sensory atmosphere around the Windsors shifted from the adoring cheers of 1981 to a low, menacing hum of gossip. The tabloids, sensing blood in the water, became more aggressive. They used long lenses to capture arguments, zoomed in on tear-stained faces, and analysed every look. The Rat Pack of royal reporters knew the marriage was over. They were just waiting for the official announcement. The Queen, watching from the window of Buckingham Palace, saw the cracks spreading. She was a woman who valued duty above all else, and she could not understand why her children could not simply get on with it as she had. She urged them to try harder, to keep up appearances. But the stiff upper lip, the tool that had built the empire and survived the Blitz, was useless against the emotional tsunami of the modern age. It was a different world, one that valued authenticity and feelings over stoicism. The marble facade of the monarchy, polished to a high shine for centuries, was fracturing from the inside out. The pressure was building behind the walls of Kensington Palace, and soon the explosion would occur, blowing the doors off the institution and exposing the wreckage to a voracious world. The 1990s were approaching, and they would bring fire, divorce, and death. The fairy tale was not just dead, it was decomposing. If the 1980s were a slow-motion car crash, 1992 was the moment the vehicle finally hit the wall, exploded, and left the passengers standing in the wreckage, wondering if anything could be salvaged from the twisted metal. This was the year the Queen, a woman known for her classic British understatement, famously described as her Annus horribilis, a horrible year. The phrase, delivered in a voice rasping with a heavy cold, became the epitaph for a 12-month period where the House of Windsor ceased to be a respected institution and became, terrifyingly, a punchline. To understand the sheer relentless battering the monarchy took in 1992, we must imagine the Queen sitting at her desk, the calendar pages turning, and every month bringing a new fresh disaster. It was a cascade of failure. It began with the separation of the Duke and Duchess of York, Prince Andrew and Sarah, whose marriage, once seen as a breath of fresh air, collapsed into a farce of debt and infidelity. Then came the divorce of Princess Anne, the Queen's only daughter, a stoic and hard-working woman whose private unhappiness had been kept sealed behind the palace gates for years. The family was dissolving. The ideal Christian family that George V and George VI had carefully constructed as the brand identity of the Windsors was being revealed as a fiction. But these were merely the tremors before the earthquake. The real seismic shift came in the summer with the publication of a book that would change the course of royal history, Diana, Her True Story, by Andrew Morton. Until this moment, the War of the Waleses had been fought with whispers and leaked rumours. Morton's book was a declaration of nuclear war. It was, effectively, Diana's autobiography, written by a proxy. She had secretly recorded tapes of herself speaking about her bulimia, her suicide attempts, her husband's affair with Camilla, and her isolation within the royal household, and smuggled them out of Kensington Palace to the author. When the excerpts were serialised in the Sunday Times, the effect was like a bomb going off in a cathedral. The establishment was stunned. They couldn't believe a royal would break the code of silence so flagrantly. The public was horrified. The fairy tale wasn't just dead, it was revealed to have been a horror story all along. The sensory atmosphere inside the palace became toxic. Courtiers walked on eggshells. The Queen was reportedly deeply hurt and bewildered. She belonged to a generation that believed you simply got on with things. The idea of airing one's dirty laundry in public, let alone selling it to a publisher, was alien to her moral compass. But the book did something crucial. It shifted the narrative. Diana was no longer the unstable problem. She was the victim. Charles was no longer the long-suffering husband. He was the villain. The marble facade of the monarchy didn't just crack, it shattered. And then, as if the gods of irony decided the metaphor needed to be made literal, the castle caught fire. On November 20th, 1992, the Queen's 45th wedding anniversary, a spotlight pressed too close to a curtain in the private chapel of Windsor Castle. The heat ignited the fabric. Within minutes, the fire had raced into St. George's Hall, the medieval heart of the castle. The sensory details of that day are apocalyptic. The sky over Berkshire turned a bruised, angry orange. The smell of centuries-old oak, priceless tapestries, and varnish burning filled the air for miles. It was a sensory violation of the highest order. Windsor was not just a palace. It was the family's home, the place where they were most themselves. Now, it was an inferno. A human chain was formed, including Prince Andrew, to rescue priceless artworks before the roof collapsed. They dragged Holbeins and Van Dycks out onto the damp grass of the quadrangle, a surreal image of treasures salvaged from a sinking ship. The fire raged for 15 hours, destroying 115 rooms. The next day, the Queen visited the site. Images of her standing in the blackened, waterlogged ruins of St. George's Hall, wearing a rainmack and a headscarf, looking at the charred remains of her heritage, are among the most poignant of her reign. She looked small, defeated, and infinitely sad. It was the physical manifestation of a family's collapse. The House of Windsor was, quite literally, burning down. However, the fire ignited a different kind of heat in the British public. When the government announced that the taxpayer would foot the $36 million bill for the repairs, the country revolted. The mood was ugly. Why, the people asked, should we pay to fix the roof of the richest woman in the world when the country is in a recession? The deferential contract was broken. The public was tired of the scandals, tired of the excess, and tired of the cost. Historians often debate whether this was the closest the monarchy came to a republic since the English Civil War. The anger was palpable in the phone-ins and the letters pages. The Queen, displaying her uncanny instinct for survival, realised she had to act. She volunteered to do something no monarch had done since the 1930s. Pay income tax. It was a massive concession. She also agreed to open Buckingham Palace to the public to help pay for the Windsor repairs. It was a humiliating but necessary modernisation. The fire at the castle had burned away the last vestiges of divine right. The monarchy was now a service provider, and the customers were angry about the price. The year ended with the Queen's speech at the Guildhall in London. Usually, these events are self-congratulatory affairs, but this time the Queen broke script. 1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure, she admitted, her voice thick with a cold that made her sound vulnerable and human. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an Annus horribilis. It was a plea for understanding. She spoke of the need for criticism to be delivered with a touch of gentleness, good humour and understanding. It was the voice of a woman who had been beaten up by the press for 12 months and was asking for a ceasefire. But the ceasefire did not come. Just weeks later, the Prime Minister, John Major, announced to the House of Commons that the Prince and Princess of Wales were to separate amicably. The word amicably did a lot of heavy lifting. The dream of 1981 was officially over. They were living apart. The structure of the monarchy, the king, the queen, the heirs, was broken. As 1992 faded into history, the smoke cleared over Windsor, leaving a smell of wet ash and ruin. The castle could be rebuilt, stone can be scrubbed, timber can be replaced, but the reputation of the family was harder to fix. The Queen had survived the fire, but she was standing in the ashes of the old world. The deferential past was gone. The brutal, intrusive, judgmental future had arrived, and the Windsors were no longer the directors of the play. They were merely the actors, struggling to remember their lines as the scenery fell down around them. The horrible year was over, but the War of the Waleses had only just moved to a new deadlier phase. The summer of 1997 was heavy, with a strange, humid heat that seemed to press down on the streets of London, thickening the air and shortening tempers. It was a season that felt restless, suspended in a weird, static electricity, as if the atmosphere itself was waiting for a storm to break. When the storm finally arrived, it did not come with thunder or lightning, but with the shrill ring of telephones in the dead of night on August 31st. The news travelled from the concrete pillars of the Pont de l'Alma tunnel in Paris, through the newsrooms of the world, and into the bedrooms of a stunned population. Diana, Princess of Wales, was dead. The shock was physical, a punch to the collective solar plexus. Diana was 36 years old. She was the most photographed, most talked about, most vibrant woman on the planet. She was the sun around which the media universe revolved, and suddenly, violently, the light had been switched off. The sensory experience of that Sunday morning is etched into the memory of millions. The waking up to the radio, the disbelief, the sight of news anchors wearing black ties, struggling to maintain their composure. But for the House of Windsor, nestled in the remote granite silence of Balmoral Castle in the Scottish Highlands, the tragedy was not a global event. It was a domestic catastrophe. The Queen was not just a head of state dealing with the death of a former royal. She was a grandmother waking up to the task of telling two young boys, aged 15 and 12, that their mother would never come home. The week that followed is widely regarded by historians as the most dangerous 7 days for the British monarchy since the abdication of 1936. It was a collision between two distinct emotional languages, the ancient, stoic, stiff upper lip of the Windsors and the raw, weeping, tactile grief of the modern public. The Queen's instinct was maternal and protective. She ordered the televisions at Balmoral to be unplugged to shield William and Harry from the hysterical coverage. She kept the family behind the high walls of the estate, believing that the boys needed privacy to grieve, not a public performance of sorrow. To her, this was the decent, dignified thing to do. But to the crowds gathering in London, this silence sounded like indifference. To a nation that was crying openly in the streets, the Queen's absence felt like a cold shoulder. The sensory centre of this grief was the gates of Kensington Palace and Buckingham Palace. It began with a few bouquets, but within 48 hours it had become a phenomenon. The sea of flowers grew like a living organism, spreading out from the gates, covering the parks, a carpet of lilies, roses and carnations that stretched knee-deep for miles. The smell was overwhelming, a thick, cloying scent of perfume and slowly decaying vegetation that hung over the city like a sweet, heavy fog. The mood of the crowd was terrifyingly new. It was not the respectful silence of the King's funeral in 1952. It was a volatile, angry silence. People pinned notes to the railings that were direct attacks on the royal family. "They didn't deserve you," some read. "Born a lady, became a princess, died a saint," read others. The press, sensing the blood in the water, turned on the Queen with a ferocity that was shocking. "Show us you care," screamed the headline of the Express. "Where is our Queen?" demanded the Sun. The anger focused on a single, symbolic detail, the flagpole above Buckingham Palace. By tradition, the royal standard only flies when the monarch is present. It is never flown at half-mast, representing the continuity of the crown. Since the Queen was in Scotland, the pole was bare. To the public, seeing that naked flagpole while the rest of the country lowered their flags was the ultimate insult, a symbol of a heartless institution refusing to bow its head. The Queen was losing the room. The Prime Minister, Tony Blair, a young, media-savvy leader who had just dubbed Diana the People's Princess, frantically channeled messages to Balmoral, warning the courtiers that the mood was turning Republican. The monarchy was not just being criticised, it was being rejected. The Queen, a woman who had spent her life listening to the advice of men in grey suits, suddenly realised that the script had changed. She had to improvise. She had to break protocol to save the crown. On Friday, September 5th, the royal family returned to London. The car taking the Queen and Prince Philip from the airport did not sweep through the gates of Buckingham Palace as usual. It stopped. The Queen got out. Dressed in black, she walked toward the sea of flowers and the crowds. The tension was palpable. The police were genuinely worried about how she would be received. But as she walked down the line, accepting flowers, looking at the messages, the mood shifted. A young girl handed her a bouquet. "Would you like me to place them for you?" the Queen asked. "No, ma'am," the girl replied. "They are for you." It was a moment of reconciliation. The grandmother had arrived. That evening, the Queen did something unprecedented. She addressed the nation live on television, not from a throne room, but against a backdrop of a window overlooking the crowds. She spoke not just as a queen, but as a grandmother. The speech was carefully crafted, but the delivery was visibly strained. She looked vulnerable. "I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being." It was the apology the nation needed. The fever broke. The funeral the next day, Saturday, September 6th, was a sensory assault of sorrow. The atmosphere in London was hushed, the silence of millions of people more deafening than any roar. The image that broke the world's heart was the sight of the two young princes, William and Harry, walking behind the gun carriage, bearing their mother's coffin. They were flanked by their father, Prince Charles, their grandfather, Prince Philip, and their uncle, Earl Spencer. It was the long walk, a mile-long march of public agony for two boys who just wanted to hide. On top of the coffin, nestled in the white lilies, was a small envelope with a single word scrawled on it in a child's handwriting, "Mummy." It was a detail so intimate, so crushing, that it cut through the pomp and circumstance of the state event. Inside Westminster Abbey, the tension rose again. Earl Spencer, Diana's brother, delivered a eulogy that was a thinly veiled attack on the royal family and the media. He spoke of Diana being hunted and pledged to protect her sons, so their souls were not simply immersed by duty and tradition. As he finished, a sound began, a ripple that grew into a roar. It was applause. It started outside in the streets, rolling through the open doors of the Abbey, and then, shockingly, the congregation inside began to clap. The Windsors sat frozen in their pews as the sound of the people siding with the Spencers washed over them. It was the final rebuke. The cortege then began its long journey north to Althorpe, Diana's ancestral home. As the hearse drove up the M1 motorway, people stood on bridges and overpasses, throwing flowers onto the car until the windscreen had to be cleared. It was a scene of biblical emotion. The Queen, back at the palace, bowed her head to the coffin as it passed the gates, a gesture of submission to the woman who had caused her so much trouble in life, but who had reshaped the monarchy in death. The sea of flowers eventually wilted and was composted to fertilise the Kensington Palace gardens, but the landscape of the monarchy had been permanently altered. The stiff upper lip had been quivering. The magic had been replaced by a demand for feeling. The Queen had survived, but only just. She had learned a brutal lesson. The crown relies on the consent of the people, and that consent now required emotional intelligence. Diana was gone, but her ghost would linger in the corridors of the palace forever, a reminder that a princess who connects with the heart is more powerful than a queen who relies on the head. The survival of the Windsors into the 21st century began that week, in the smell of rotting lilies and the silence of a terrified establishment, realizing they had to change or die. When the flowers had finally been cleared from the gates of Kensington Palace and the composted lilies had returned to the earth, a profound and unfamiliar silence settled over the House of Windsor. The hysteria of September 1997 had burned itself out, leaving behind a landscape that was scorched, fragile, and utterly changed. We enter now into the era of the slow rebuilding, a period that lacks the high drama of fire and death, but possesses the fascinating, intricate tension of a bomb disposal team working to defuse an unexploded device. The monarchy was terrified. The sea of flowers had shown them the abyss, a republic in all but name, and they had peered over the edge and felt the cold draft of obsolescence. The Queen, a woman who had once believed that her job was simply to be, now realised she had to act. The strategy that emerged from the closed-door meetings of the Way Ahead Group, a committee of senior royals and advisors that sounds like a corporate think tank but was effectively a survival council, was one of stealth modernisation. It was not a revolution. It was an evolution performed in whisper-quiet steps. The goal was to soften the granite image of the firm without turning it into marshmallows. They had to become accessible without becoming ordinary, a balance as precarious as walking a tightrope in a gale. The sensory atmosphere of the palaces shifted from the stiff, formal chill of the old guard to a tentative, slightly awkward warmth. The windows were opened. The protocol was relaxed. We see the Queen, a woman in her 70s, stepping out of her comfort zone with a stoic determination. She visited a pub, a McDonald's, though she didn't eat, and even rode the London Underground, looking at the yellow plastic seats with the polite curiosity of an anthropologist discovering a new civilization. There is a gentle, dry humour in these encounters, the sight of the monarch clutching her handbag, surrounded by commuters, reading tabloids that dissected her family life, is a tableau of British surrealism. She dropped the "my husband and I" from her speeches, a phrase that had become a caricatured symbol of her distance, and began to use "we" in a way that felt inclusive rather than royal. It was a performance of normality, meticulously choreographed by a new breed of courtiers who understood that in the 21st century, perception was reality. They knew they couldn't replace Diana's heart, but they could perhaps borrow a little of her humanity. Meanwhile, Prince Charles was fighting a war on two fronts. He had to be the grieving father to two damaged boys, and he had to rebuild his own reputation from the rubble. In the eyes of the public, he was the villain of the piece, the cold husband who had driven the people's princess to her doom. His rehabilitation was placed in the hands of Mark Bolland, a spin doctor with a sharp suit and sharper instincts. The strategy was brutal in its simplicity. Show Charles as a loving, tactile father. The paparazzi, once the enemy, were now cautiously invited to capture moments of the prince hiking with his sons in the Scottish heather or laughing with them on the ski slopes of Closters. These images were weapons in the PR war. They showed a man who was not a remote eccentric talking to plants, but a dad doing his best in impossible circumstances. Simultaneously, a long game was being played regarding the non-negotiable woman, Camilla Parker Bowles. She had been cast as the Wicked Witch in the Diana fairy tale, the Rottweiler, as Diana had called her. Bringing her out of the shadows was a task that required the patience of a glacier. It started with leaks, then private parties where they arrived separately but left within minutes of each other, then a carefully staged exit from the Ritz Hotel in London. It was a masterclass in desensitisation. The public was slowly being taught to accept that the prince had a partner and that the world did not end because of it. But the true anchor of this rebuilding phase was the young Prince William. As the new millennium dawned, the hopes of the monarchy bypassed the father and landed squarely on the son. William was the perfect hybrid. He had the Windsor sense of duty and the Spencer looks. He was the golden boy, the living legacy of Diana. When he enrolled at St Andrews University in Scotland in 2001, a deal was struck with the press that was unprecedented in its scope. The palace offered the media regular, controlled photo opportunities in exchange for a total blackout on his private life at university. Amazingly, the press agreed. For 4 years, William was allowed to be Steve, his cover name, to walk to lectures, to drink cheap cider in student bars, and to fall in love without a camera lens in his face. This period of normalcy was crucial. It allowed him to grow up without the distortion of the spotlight that had destroyed his mother. It was in the quiet cobblestoned streets of St Andrews, amidst the mist and the cold North Sea winds, that the future of the monarchy was being secured, not through grand gestures, but through the simple act of a young man buying his own groceries and learning how to make toast. However, historians still debate whether this modernisation was skin deep. Was the institution truly changing, or was it just changing its window dressing? The structures of privilege remained. The Queen still had her palaces, her exempt tax status, though she now paid voluntarily, and her bow and curtsy protocol, but the tone had undeniably shifted. The death of Princess Margaret in February 2002 and the Queen Mother just weeks later in March 2002 tested this new emotional landscape. The Queen Mother at 101 was the last Victorian, a symbol of the old, unwavering empire. Her funeral was a grand state occasion, but the public reaction was different from 1997. It was a respectful, affectionate farewell to a beloved grandmother, devoid of the hysteria. The Queen, losing her sister and her mother in the space of 7 weeks, looked smaller, more fragile, yet entirely unbroken. She stood in the wind at the funeral, the matriarch of a shrinking family watching the coffins pass. It was a moment of profound loneliness, but also a moment where the public felt a renewed wave of protective sympathy for her. She wasn't just the Queen anymore. She was a survivor. As the slow rebuilding continued, the sensory world of the Windsors became less gold-plated and more practical. The royal yacht Britannia, the floating palace that had symbolised the empire, was decommissioned in 1997, a victim of cost-cutting. The Queen famously shed a tear at the ceremony, one of the few times she ever cried in public, as the ship was taken away. It was a symbolic end to the era of grandeur. The new monarchy travelled on scheduled flights or chartered trains. They cut ribbons at community centres, rather than opening parliaments in far-flung colonies. The mystique that Bargahot had warned about losing was gone, replaced by a kind of high-end public service. The Windsors were now essentially the nation's premier NGOs, justifying their existence through charity work and tourism revenue. It was a duller, more bureaucratic reality, but it was safe. They had stepped back from the cliff edge. The Republicans, who had sharpened their knives in 1997, found themselves blunted by the sheer, boring competence of the institution. The Queen simply kept going. She opened the letters, she read the boxes, she pinned the medals. In a world of spinning politicians and fleeting celebrities, her consistency became her superpower. The firm had survived the crash, fixed the engine, and was now driving slowly, carefully back onto the main road, hoping that no one would notice the dents in the bodywork. The Golden Jubilee was approaching, and with it, the ultimate test. Would the people turn up for a party, or had the love affair truly ended? The year 2002 began not with the glitter of gold, but with the heavy suffocating black of mourning trape. It was a year that tested the Queen's legendary stoicism to its absolute breaking point, stripping away the two women who had known her not as a monarch, but simply as Lilibet. In February, her younger sister, Princess Margaret, the glamorous tragic rebel who had been her emotional shadow for 70 years, died after a long, debilitating illness. Then, just 7 weeks later, as the daffodils were beginning to push through the earth at Windsor, the Queen Mother, the smiling steel-spined matriarch of the century, passed away at the age of 101. The Queen was suddenly the solitary survivor of the tight-knit quartet that her father, George II, had once called Us Four. She stood at the funerals, a small figure in black against the vast grey stone of the cathedral, looking more alone than she ever had in her life. The sensory weight of this double bereavement was immense. The palace was quiet, the laughter of the Margaret set, and the Queen Mother's famous gin and Dubonnet gatherings silenced. Against this backdrop of profound personal grief, the Golden Jubilee celebrations, marking her 50 years on the throne, loomed on the calendar like a grim obligation. The media, with their unerring instinct for pessimism, had already written the obituary for the event. They predicted a damp squib, arguing that the British public, cynical and modernised, had no interest in waving flags for an elderly woman in a hat. One newspaper famously asked, "Does anyone care?" The establishment held its breath, fearing that the Queen would throw a party and no one would come. But the pundits, locked in their London offices, had misread the room. They had underestimated the silent, stubborn affection of the Middle England that the Queen represented. As she embarked on her Jubilee tour, a gruelling marathon that took her from the slate-grey hills of Wales to the sun-bleached streets of Jamaica, a strange phenomenon began to occur. The crowds didn't just show up, they surged. In city after city, people lined the streets 6 deep, holding homemade signs and plastic Union Jacks. It wasn't the hysterical, screaming adulation of the Diana years, nor was it the deferential bowing of the 1950s. It was something warmer, deeper, and more familial. It was a collective hug. The people seemed to recognise the magnitude of her endurance. They saw a woman who had lost her mother and sister and was still showing up for work, still smiling, still accepting the bouquets with those white-gloved hands. The Jubilee became a celebration of survival. It was the nation saying, "We are still here, and so are you." The sensory landscape of the tour was a patchwork of local pride. The smell of wet tarmac in Manchester, the sound of steel drums in the Caribbean, the taste of tepid tea in village halls. The Queen moved through it all with her trademark enigmatic smile, a living anchor in a world that had changed beyond recognition since 1952. The climax of the summer was the party at the Palace, a concert that stands as a defining moment in the modernisation of the Windsor brand. If the coronation of 1953 was a religious sacrament, this was a rock and roll sacrament. The sensory dissonance was delightful. The gardens of Buckingham Palace, usually the preserve of quiet tea parties and softly treading corgis, were transformed into a high-decibel festival ground. 12,000 people were invited into the backyard of the monarchy to drink champagne and eat picnic lunches. The line-up was a who's who of British pop culture: Paul McCartney, Elton John, Eric Clapton. But the image that burned itself into the retina of history happened overhead. At the start of the concert, Brian May, the guitarist of Queen, appeared on the roof of the palace, his long hair blowing in the wind, his electric guitar plugged into a wall of amplifiers. He struck the opening chords of God Save the Queen. The sound screamed across London, a raw, distorted, electric howl that shattered the polite silence of the royal household forever. It was a moment of pure cinematic theatre. The sight of a rock star standing on the very balcony where Victoria had waved, shredding the national anthem, was the ultimate signal that the House of Windsor had finally, belatedly, embraced the 21st century. The Queen herself did not attend the entire concert. Her musical tastes ran more to bagpipes and military bands than to Ozzy Osbourne, but she arrived for the finale. There is a wonderful, verified detail of her wearing earplugs to dampen the roar of the amplifiers, a practical solution from a practical woman. When she walked out onto the stage, surrounded by the sweating, cheering rock stars, the contrast was stark. She was small, dressed in a sensible yellow coat, looking slightly baffled by the noise, but entirely unruffled. She stood next to Paul McCartney, who bowed and said, "Her Majesty." The crowd of 1 million people who had filled the mall from the palace gates all the way back to Admiralty Arch erupted. It was a wall of sound that rivaled the amplifiers. It wasn't just applause. It was a roar of validation. As the fireworks exploded over Green Park, painting the sky in gold and red, the Queen lit the national beacon. The flame flared up, triggering a chain reaction of beacons across the Commonwealth, a ring of fire circling the globe. Scholarly debate often centres on the significance of the Golden Jubilee. Was it merely a nostalgia trip, a last hurrah for the World War II generation? Or was it proof that the monarchy had successfully reinvented itself? Most historians agree it was the turning point. It proved that the slow rebuilding had worked. The anger of 1997 had evaporated. The public had forgiven the coldness of the past and accepted the constancy of the present. They had decided that while they might not want to be the Queen, they were very glad she was their Queen. The Jubilee re-established the monarchy as the central totem of British identity. It showed that in a fragmented digital world there was still a hunger for shared national moments. The party at the palace demonstrated that the Windsors could coexist with celebrity culture without being consumed by it. They were the hosts, not the acts. They provided the venue and the dignity. The pop stars provided the noise. However, Amidst the fireworks and the cheering, there was a poignant stillness at the centre of the storm. When the Queen stepped out onto the balcony the following day to wave to the sea of faces, a crowd so dense it looked like a river of red, white and blue confetti, she stood with her husband, Prince Philip, and her children. But the gaps in the line-up were visible to anyone who knew where to look. The space where the Queen Mother used to wave with her feathery hats and beatific smile was empty. The spot where Margaret used to stand, smoking her cigarette in a holder, was vacant. The Queen was the matriarch now, the oldest person on the balcony. The Golden Jubilee was a triumph of public duty, but it was also a private victory over loneliness. She had kept the promise she made at 21. She had served her whole life, and looking out at the million people singing beneath her window, she saw the return on her investment. The damp squib had turned into a supernova. The monarchy was safe. The carriage ride back to the stables was a journey through a city that had fallen back in love with its sovereign, not with the feverish passion of a teenage crush, but with the steady, comfortable love of a long marriage. The Golden Jubilee closed the door on the Annus horribilis once and for all. The sun had set on the era of scandal and risen on the era of the national grandmother, a figure who was beyond politics, beyond fashion, and, it seemed, beyond criticism. The show would go on, but the cast was changing, and the next act would bring a new generation of princes, new brides, and the complexities of the digital age that even Brian May's guitar couldn't drown out. As the sun set on the Queen's Golden Jubilee, the spotlight slowly shifted, panning away from the matriarch on the balcony to the two young men standing just behind her, William and Harry. For years, they had been viewed through the tragic prism of their mother's death. Two boys walking behind a coffin, their heads bowed, frozen in a moment of eternal grief. But as the new millennium marched forward, the boys became men, and the narrative of the House of Windsor transformed from a story of survival into a tale of two brothers. C'est ce court. The bond between them appeared unbreakable, forged in the fire of shared trauma. They were the heir and the spare, a dynamic as old as the monarchy itself, yet they seemed to have rewritten the script. They lived together, worked together, and laughed together with a genuine tactile affection that was a world away from the stiff formal distance of their father's generation. To the public, they were the future. William, the responsible, handsome king-in-waiting, and Harry, the cheeky, relatable rebel who wore his heart on his sleeve. The 2000s and 2010s became the era of the wedding spectacles, two distinct cinematic events that promised to modernise the monarchy for the digital age, offering two very different visions of what a royal fairy tale could look like. The first chapter of this new volume opened on April 29, 2011. The setting was Westminster Abbey, the ancient theatre of coronations and burials, but the stage dressing was radically different. Inside the soaring Gothic stone, an avenue of living trees, field maples and hornbeams, had been installed, lining the aisle with a fresh, vibrant green. It was a sensory statement, bringing the English countryside into the heart of the city, a symbol of growth and naturalness. Prince William was marrying Catherine Middleton, a woman who represented a quiet revolution. She was not an aristocrat. She was the daughter of a flight attendant and a businessman, a commoner in the archaic language of the court, but a thoroughly modern woman in reality. Their courtship had been a slow burn, a 10-year marathon that earned her the cruel tabloid nickname Waity Katie. But this slowness was her strength. She knew exactly what she was signing up for. She had seen the cage before she walked into it. The atmosphere of that spring day was one of polished, calm perfection. The crowds were massive, 1 million people turning London into a sea of red, white and blue, but the hysteria of the Diana years had been replaced by a celebratory, almost patriotic contentment. When Kate emerged from the car, wearing a dress by Sarah Burton for Alexander McQueen, the silence was one of appreciation. The lace bodice, the modest V-neck, the satin skirt. It was a masterclass in regal restraint. It whispered Queen Consort, not celebrity. Inside the Abbey, as she walked toward William, he famously whispered to her, "You look beautiful." It was a moment of intimate reality caught by the lip readers, a flash of genuine love amidst the pomp. The kiss on the balcony was performed with a mix of shyness and delight, underscored by the roar of a Lancaster bomber flying overhead. The message of the 2011 wedding was stability. It said, "We are safe, we are normal, we are going to be okay." The Middletons were welcomed into the fold, bringing with them the stable, supportive family life that William had craved. The monarchy had anchored itself to the solid ground of the British middle class. 7 years later, the script flipped again. If William's wedding was a classical symphony, Prince Harry's wedding to Meghan Markle on May 19, 2018 was a gospel choir singing "Stand By Me" in a medieval chapel. The setting was St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, a more intimate venue bathed in the blinding, brilliant sunshine of a perfect May day. The sensory details of this wedding were a departure from everything that had come before. The air was filled not just with the scent of white garden roses, Diana's favourite, but with the electric charge of cultural change. Meghan Markle was American, a divorcee, an actress, and biracial. Her arrival in the House of Windsor was hailed as a transformational moment, a sign that the monarchy was not just tolerating diversity, but embracing it. The Fab Four, William, Kate, Harry and Meghan, were projected by the media as a superhero team of royalty, capable of modernising the institution and reaching a generation that lived on Instagram rather than watching the Queen's speech. The ceremony itself was a breathtaking fusion of traditions. We saw the Queen, dressed in lime green, watching a passionate sermon by the African-American presiding Bishop Michael Curry, who spoke of the power of love with a fiery cadence that echoed the pulpits of the American South. We heard the Kingdom Choir swaying to soul music beneath the stone banners of the Knights of the Garter. It was a visual and auditory shock to the system, a beautiful collision of the old world and the new. When Harry and Meghan emerged into the sunlight and kissed on the steps, the cheers felt different. They were younger, louder, filled with a specific kind of hope. It felt like the monarchy had finally caught up with the Britain of the 21st century. For a brief, shimmering moment, it seemed that the spare had found his role, not as the shadow of the king, but as the bridge to the world. However, beneath the gloss of these two weddings, the tectonic plates were already shifting. The age of the digital monarchy had arrived, and with it, a level of scrutiny that made the paparazzi of the 1990s look like amateurs. Social media had democratized opinion, turning every smartphone into a printing press and every comment section into a battlefield. The privacy that William had enjoyed at St. Andrews was gone forever. Every look, every outfit, every gesture was analysed, gifted, and dissected in real time. The pressure on the brothers was immense, but it manifested differently. William, trained from birth for the top job, absorbed the pressure by hardening his shell, becoming more cautious, more like the Queen. Harry, scarred by the trauma of his mother's death and the clicking shutters that haunted his nightmares, found the scrutiny intolerable. He saw the history of his mother repeating itself in the treatment of his wife. The Fab Four narrative, created by the press, began to crumble under the weight of reality. The brothers were on different paths, one destined for the throne, bound by duty to remain silent and stoic, the other seeking freedom, driven by a desire to protect his family and speak his truth. Scholarly debate often centres on whether this divergence was inevitable. The role of the spare has historically been a poisoned chalice. From Princess Margaret to Prince Andrew, those who are born second often struggle to find a purpose in an institution that is designed around the firstborn, but the digital age accelerated the conflict. The Tale of Two Brothers became a public morality play, fueled by leaks, tweets, and endless speculation. The sensory world of their relationship shifted from the shared laughter of their youth to the icy silence of separate households. The visual of them walking together, shoulders touching, was replaced by images of them standing on opposite sides of a chapel, separated by a gulf of misunderstood intentions and divergent destinies. As the 2010s drew to a close, the evolving face of the monarchy was looking increasingly Janus-faced. One face looking forward to a traditional stable future under William and Kate, and the other looking outward, restless and unhappy, seeking a different kind of life under Harry and Meghan. The firm had successfully staged two of the greatest weddings in history, bringing billions of eyes to the brand, but they had also inadvertently set the stage for a conflict that would test the bonds of blood against the bonds of the institution. The fairy tales had been told, the confetti had been swept away, and now the real work of marriage and brotherhood was being tested in the harsh, unforgiving glare of the iPhone screen. The brothers were no longer boys walking behind a coffin. They were men standing on opposite sides of an ocean that was slowly beginning to widen. The digital age demanded authenticity, but the monarchy demanded mystery. The collision of these two forces was about to cause a fracture that would shake the House of Windsor to its very foundations, proving once again that the greatest threat to the crown is never the mob outside the gates, but the heartbreak inside the walls. The year 2020 did not begin with a fanfare, but with a hush that spread across the globe like a slow-moving fog, dampening the noise of the cities and emptying the streets of the world. We enter now into the Great Silence, a period where the sensory landscape of the monarchy, and indeed of every human life, shrank to the four walls of a room. The COVID-19 pandemic stripped away the pageantry, the crowds, and the handshakes that had defined the Queen's public existence for nearly 7 decades. There were no garden parties, no investitures, no carriage rides. Instead, the Queen and Prince Philip retreated to Windsor Castle, entering a protective isolation that the staff affectionately dubbed HMS Bubble. For a woman who had spent her life being seen, this enforced invisibility was a profound shift. Yet, in the quiet of the castle, amidst the fear and the uncertainty that gripped her subjects, the Queen found a new resonant frequency. On April 5th, 2020, she sat before a camera, just one operator in the room, dressed in protective hazard gear, to address the nation. The speech she delivered was a masterclass in historical memory. She didn't speak of policy or science, she spoke to the soul. She recalled her very first broadcast in 1940, sitting next to her sister Margaret during the Blitz. She finished with a phrase borrowed from the wartime anthem of Vera Lynn, "We will meet again." It was a promise of reunion, delivered by the only person on earth who had the historical authority to make it believable. In a terrifying present, she was the living bridge to a past that had been survived. However, behind the stone walls of the bubble, a more personal twilight was descending. Prince Philip, the Iron Duke, the man who had been the Queen's strength and stay since she was a teenager, was fading. He was 99 years old. His health had been fragile for years, but the lockdown offered a strange, unexpected mercy. For the first time since their marriage in 1947, the Queen and the Duke were able to live like a normal retired couple. There were no state banquets to attend, no red boxes that couldn't wait. They spent their days reading, sitting in the sun, in the private gardens, and reminiscing about a world that only they were old enough to remember. Biographers and historians often note the poignancy of this final year. The pandemic, which took so much from so many, gave the Queen the gift of time with her husband, a quiet domestic coda to a very public romance. It was a return to the simplicity of their early days in Malta before the crown descended, a closing of the circle. But the circle, by its nature, must eventually break. On the morning of April 9th, 2021, the news travelled from the castle to the world. His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, has passed away peacefully. The Iron Duke was gone. The operation codenamed Fourth Bridge was activated, but the funeral that followed was unlike anything in royal history. The pandemic regulations in the United Kingdom were strict. Funerals were limited to 30 mourners, socially distanced, with no singing allowed. The massive state funeral that had been planned for decades with thousands of troops and heads of state was scrapped. In its place, Philip got exactly what he had always wanted, a no-fuss farewell. The sensory details of that day, April 17th, are etched in grayscale and green. The spring sunshine at Windsor was bright and hard, illuminating the empty grounds. There were no crowds. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of boots on gravel and the mechanical growl of a custom-built Land Rover Defender, painted a deep military green, that Philip had designed himself to carry his coffin. It was a final rebellious touch of his personality, a nod to his love of engineering and his dislike of traditional hearses. The procession moved slowly towards St. George's Chapel. Behind the Land Rover walked his children and his grandsons, William and Harry, separated by their cousin Peter Phillips, a physical manifestation of the emotional distance that had opened up between the brothers. But the eyes of the world were fixed on the small bent figure in the state Bentley at the rear of the procession. The Queen. She was dressed in black, a face mask covering her mouth and nose, her hat pulled low. When she entered the chapel, she did not sit with her family. The strict COVID rules meant that because she was in a separate bubble, she had to sit alone. The image of Queen Elizabeth II sitting in the choir stall of St. George's Chapel, entirely by herself, is perhaps the most defining photograph of her later reign. It is an image of devastating, sculptural loneliness. To her left, the stalls were empty. To her right, the stalls were empty. She sat with her head bowed, a small black figure dwarfed by the soaring medieval banners of the Garter Knights and the vast, hollow silence of the church. In that moment, the paradox of monarchy was laid bare in its most brutal form. She was the Queen, the head of the state, yet she was subject to the same laws as the humblest citizen. She could have ordered an exception, she could have had a family member sit with her. But she chose to follow the rules. It was an act of supreme leadership. In a year where people had died alone in hospitals, where families had been unable to hug at gravesides, the Queen showed them that she was sharing their pain. She was not above the suffering, she was in the centre of it. Scholarly debate still lingers over the emotional cost of that day. Some argue it was cruel to let an old woman mourn alone. Others argue it was her finest hour, a demonstration of integrity that saved the moral authority of the institution at a time when politicians were being caught breaking their own lockdown rules. But for the human being under the black hat, the politics were irrelevant. She was saying goodbye to the man who had been the only person on earth to treat her as a normal woman. He was the one who drove too fast, who swore at the BBQ, who made her laugh until she cried. Without him, the throne was a much colder seat. The service was stripped back and stark. A single choir of 4 voices sang the hymns, their sound echoing thinly in the stone vault. When the coffin was lowered into the royal vault, the Dean of Windsor read the long list of Philip's titles: Baron Greenwich, Earl of Merioneth, Duke of Edinburgh, a roll call of earthly honours that now meant nothing. The Queen watched it go down. She did not weep publicly. She stood, she bowed, and she turned to leave. The walk out of the chapel was a journey into a new reality. She was now the solitary figure. The partnership was over. The strength and stay was gone. As she emerged into the blinding afternoon light of the horseshoe cloister, she looked frail. The sheer physical diminution of the Queen became a topic of hushed concern. She was shrinking, her walk becoming a shuffle. The heavy coat seemed to weigh her down, yet she got back into the car and went back to work. That was the deal. The red boxes were waiting. The duty didn't stop for death, but the spark had dimmed. The solitary figure became a recurring theme in the months that followed. The Queen sitting alone at a desk, the Queen walking alone in the garden. It was as if the colour had drained out of the monarchy, leaving only the stark, noble outline of duty. However, there was a quiet resilience in this solitude. The Queen had always been a woman of deep private faith. She believed she would see Philip again. She believed in the continuity of the soul as firmly as she believed in the continuity of the crown. The image of her alone in the chapel was tragic, yes, but it was also powerful. It was the image of a survivor. She had outlived her husband, her sister, her mother, her friends, and most of her prime ministers. She was the last man standing of the 20th century. As the world began to open up again, as the masks came off and the noise returned to the streets, the Queen emerged from HMS Bubble, slower, greyer, using a walking stick for the first time, but still there. The Platinum Jubilee was on the horizon, 70 years on the throne, a milestone no British monarch had ever reached. It would be her final act, a last lap of honour. But everyone knew, looking at the empty seat beside her in the car, that she was just marking time. The partner was gone, and the dance was drawing to a close. The solitary figure moved through the great empty rooms of Windsor, a ghost in her own lifetime, waiting for the moment when the duty would finally be done and the reunion could begin. The summer of 2022 at Balmoral Castle was not marked by the usual crisp, heather-scented air of the Highlands, but by a heavy, persistent rain that seemed to weep from the granite skies. It was here, in the place she loved most on earth, a place of muddy boots, wet dogs, and silence, that Queen Elizabeth II retreated for the final time. The date was September 8th, a Thursday. The world woke up to the mundane rhythm of the news cycle, worrying about energy bills and politics, unaware that the 20th century was about to officially end. Inside the castle, the atmosphere was hushed. There was no panic, only the quiet, urgent choreography of a family gathering for a departure that had been decades in the preparation, yet still felt impossible. The code phrase for this moment, rehearsed by civil servants since the 1960s, was "London Bridge is down." However, because the Queen was in Scotland, the plan that was activated was Operation Unicorn, a name that sounds like a fairy tale but was, in reality, a masterclass in logistical precision. As the afternoon wore on, the BBC presenters changed into black ties. In London, the skies darkened and the rain began to fall, washing the pavement where tourists stood waiting. And then, in a moment of cinematic perfection that no scriptwriter would dare invent, a double rainbow broke through the storm clouds over Buckingham Palace, arcing over the Victoria Memorial just minutes before the flag was lowered to half-mast. It was a final, mythical flourish from a monarch who had always understood the power of the image. When the announcement came at 6:30 p.m, it wasn't a shock, but it was a physical jolt. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. With those 8 words, the anchor of the British psyche was lifted. For 70 years, she had been the fixed point in a turning world, the face on the stamp, the head on the coin, the voice on the radio. Suddenly, she was history. The days that followed were a strange, suspended dream time, a period of mourning sickness that gripped the nation. But amidst the grief, there was a peculiarly British phenomenon that emerged, something that blended solemnity with a dry, queuing humour. The queue. It deserves the capital letters. It was not merely a line, it was a pilgrimage. Hundreds of thousands of people lined up along the south bank of the Thames, waiting for up to 24 hours to file past the coffin in Westminster Hall. The sensory details of the queue became a national obsession. The biting cold of the September nights, the smell of shared flasks of tea, the camaraderie of strangers who would never meet again, but who held each other's places for bathroom breaks. David Beckham, the football icon, stood in line for 13 hours, refusing to jump the queue, eating donuts with the public. It was the ultimate demonstration of the democratic monarchy the Queen had built. Inside the hall, the silence was absolute. The only sound was the rhythmic shuffle of feet on the stone floor and the tapping of the guards' boots. The coffin, draped in the royal standard and topped with the imperial state crown, seemed to float in the candlelight, a small heavy object that held the weight of 1,000 years. The funeral, on September 19th, was the largest state event in history, a spectacle of gold, scarlet and black that shut down London. But the true emotional climax took place later that day, in the more intimate setting of St. George's Chapel at Windsor. This was the committal service, the moment where the public queen was dismantled to reveal the private woman. The sensory atmosphere was thick with incense and the dust of history. We watched, breathless, as the crown jeweller approached the coffin. In a silence that felt like a vacuum, he removed the instruments of state, the imperial state crown, the orb, and the sceptre. These objects, glittering with diamonds and rubies, were placed on the high altar, physically separated from the body. For the first time in 70 years, she was just Elizabeth Windsor. Then came the breaking of the wand. The Lord Chamberlain, Baron Parker, took his thin white staff of office, the symbol of his service to the sovereign, and snapped it in two. The sharp crack echoed in the chapel. He placed the broken pieces on the coffin. It was a gesture of finality that hit harder than any speech. The job was done. The staff was broken. There was no one left to serve. As the coffin began to slowly descend into the royal vault, a sound began to fill the air, a sound that belongs to the wind and the hills. The sovereign's piper, Pipe Major Paul Burns, began to play a lament titled "Sleep, Dearie, Sleep." He did not stand still. He turned and walked slowly away from the chapel, his footsteps echoing on the stone, the music fading, until it was just a ghostly whisper in the cloister. It was a masterstroke of theatrical direction, designed by the Queen herself. It was the sound of a soul leaving the room. There was no crescendo, only a gentle disappearance. Later that evening, away from the cameras, in a private ceremony attended only by her family, she was buried in the King George VI Memorial Chapel. The stone slab was replaced, bearing a simple inscription, Elizabeth II, 1926-2022. She was laid to rest next to her father, her mother, and her sister, and finally she was reunited with Philip. The solitary figure in the choir stall was solitary no more. The end of the Second Elizabethan Age was more than just a death. It was the closing of a book that had begun in the age of steam and ended in the age of the smartphone. The reaction of the public was a complex tapestry of grief and gratitude. In the parks of London, a carpet of flowers appeared, but nestled among the lilies were thousands of marmalade sandwiches and small Paddington bears, a callback to a comedy sketch she had filmed for her Platinum Jubilee just months before, where she revealed she kept a sandwich in her handbag for later. It was a touch of soft, whimsical humour that softened the grandeur of the state funeral. It showed that in her final months she had become a grandmother figure, cherished not just for her crown, but for her twinkle. The London Bridge had fallen, but the transition was seamless. As the coffin lowered, the cameras cut to the face of the man who had waited 73 years for this moment. King Charles III looked red-eyed and exhausted, bearing the weight of his own grief and the terrifying realization that the shield was gone. He was now the lonely figure at the head of the line. The Queen was dead. Long live the King. The Second Elizabethan era had passed into legend, leaving behind a silence that was loud, heavy, and profoundly empty. The world had lost its grandmother, and the 21st century had finally, truly begun. The waiting room was finally empty. For 73 years, Prince Charles had lived in the peculiar, suspended state of being the apprentice king, a man whose entire destiny was predicated on the death of his beloved mother. It is a psychological burden unique to hereditary monarchy. Your promotion is your grief. When he finally walked into the room to receive his first red box as sovereign, Charles III was not a fresh-faced youth like his mother had been in 1952, but a grandfather in his 70s, his face etched with the lines of a life lived in the unforgiving glare of the public eye. He was the oldest person in British history to ascend the throne. The moment was not one of breathless excitement, but of heavy, solemn realization. He was a man in a hurry. He knew, with the pragmatic arithmetic of age, that he did not have a second Elizabethan era to offer. He had a Carolean age, a twilight reign that would need to be defined not by longevity, but by intensity. The apprentice had picked up the tools just as the workshop was closing for the night, and he was determined to build something before the lights went out. The early months of his reign were defined by a surprising surge of warmth. The public, having watched him age from the awkward boy with the jug ears to the villain of the Diana years, and finally to the eccentric, plant-talking grandfather, seemed to decide that he had earned his turn. The Black Spider memos, his infamous letters to ministers on everything from architecture to the fate of the Patagonian toothfish, were suddenly re-evaluated. What was once seen as meddling was now viewed as prescience. He had been warning about climate change, plastic pollution, and organic sustainability decades before it was fashionable. The Green King had arrived just as the planet was catching fire. However, the transition from activist prince to constitutional monarch required a painful amputation of his own voice. In his first address, he explicitly acknowledged this, stating that he would no longer be able to give so much of his time to the charities and issues he cared about so deeply. It was a public retirement from his own personality. He had to stop being Charles the Man and start being Charles the King, a vessel for the state rather than a platform for opinions. The coronation on May 6, 2023, was the set piece that announced this new era. It was a ceremony that perfectly encapsulated the awkward, beautiful friction between the ancient past and the multicultural present. The sensory atmosphere of London was, true to Windsor tradition, wet. The rain fell in a steady grey drizzle, soaking the crowds who had gathered to see the Gold State coach rumble past, but inside Westminster Abbey, the mood was different from 1953. It was smaller, shorter, and quieter. The peers in their velvet robes were gone, replaced by a dress code of lounge suits and day dresses. The aristocracy had been relegated to the cheap seats. The front rows were filled with charity workers and community heroes. It was a visual manifesto of the slimmed-down monarchy. Yet, the ancient magic was still there, stubborn and strange. We saw the king sitting in the coronation chair, a fragile wooden seat covered in graffiti, from schoolboys of centuries past looking vulnerable in his white shirt. The most sacred moment, the anointing, was shielded not by a gold canopy held by knights, but by a three-sided embroidered screen that depicted a tree, a nod to his environmentalism. Behind that screen, the privacy was absolute. For a few seconds, the man was alone with his god, stripped of the trappings of celebrity. There were moments of accidental viral theatre that humanised the pomp. The image of Penny Mordaunt, the Lord President of the Council, holding the massive 8-pound sword of state aloft for over an hour with the stoic strength of a warrior queen, became the defining visual of the day. Dressed in teal, she stood like a statue, a symbol of female power in a ceremony dominated by old men. And then the moment of crowning. As St. Edward's crown was lowered onto Charles's head, he closed his eyes. It was a look of profound weight. He didn't smile. He looked like a man accepting a heavy load. Outside the Not My King protesters, a small but visible yellow-clad group in Trafalgar Square chanted their slogans. In 1953 they would have been arrested. In 2023 the police watched them warily, but let them be. The king knew they were there. He reigned over them too. It was a recognition that the consensus had fractured, that the monarchy now existed in a marketplace of ideas, and it had to compete for its relevance. But the Carolean age was not destined to be a smooth ride into the sunset. Less than a year after the coronation, the fragility of the human body once again interrupted the script. In February 2024, the palace issued a statement that stopped the nation. The king had cancer. It was a shock that stripped away the gold leaf and revealed the mortal flesh beneath. The unbreakable Windsors, who had seemed to live forever, were suddenly vulnerable. The transparency was new. The king did not hide the diagnosis as his grandfather George VI had. He owned it. He was photographed waving from the car, looking cheerful but thinner, holding his red box. The workaholic king refused to stop. He continued his state duties while undergoing treatment, transforming the image of the monarch from a distant figurehead into a fellow patient. It resonated deeply with a population where 1 in 2 people will face cancer in their lifetime. The slimmed-down monarchy, which Charles had championed as a cost-saving measure, suddenly looked dangerously anorexic. With the Princess of Wales also undergoing major surgery and treatment, the firm was reduced to a skeleton crew. Queen Camilla, the woman once reviled as the Rottweiler, stepped into the breach. She became the public face of the family, attending events, smiling, holding the line. It was the final twist in her redemption arc. The other woman was now the only woman left standing centre stage. As we look at King Charles III now, we see a man navigating a paradox. He is the king, the most powerful symbol in the land, yet he is fighting a battle that no crown can win. He is a man who's waited a lifetime for a job, only to find that the job is to oversee a transition. He is the bridge between the matriarchal stability of the past and the uncertain, streamlined future. He has opened the archives. He has embraced other faiths. He has let the cameras film him, getting frustrated with the leaky pen. A wonderfully human moment of irritability that went viral. He is not an enigma like his mother. He is a known quantity, flawed, emotional, and deeply committed. His reign may be short, but it is dense with purpose. He is the caretaker king, tending the garden of the monarchy, pruning the dead wood, planting new seeds, knowing that he may not be the one to sit in the shade of the trees he is planting. He is working against the clock, driven by a sense of duty that was bred into his bones, trying to prove that even in a world of AI and algorithms, there is still a place for an old man in a gold hat who cares about the soil. The apprentice has become the master, but the lesson he is learning is the hardest one of all, that the power of the crown lies not in its permanence, but in its ability to endure the fragility of the people who wear it. As we stand now on the threshold of the future, looking past the reign of Charles III, we see the silhouette of the next custodian waiting in the wings. Prince William, the Prince of Wales, represents the final evolution of the House of Windsor, from a mystical, semi-divine priesthood into a sleek, socially conscious, global NGO. If George V was the Victorian patriarch and Elizabeth II was the silent, dutiful enigma, William is the CEO of the firm for the digital age. He is a man who has learned the hard lessons of his parents' marriage and the brutal scrutiny of his own youth. His approach to kingship is defined by a professional, almost technocratic focus. He does not cut ribbons for the sake of it. He launches earth-shot prizes to solve climate change and campaigns for mental health awareness, breaking the stiff upper lip that once defined his family. He is the first future king to have lived with his girlfriend before marriage, the first to change diapers, and the first to openly discuss his own vulnerability. The unbroken line that stretches back to the Saxe-Coburgs is seemingly secure in his hands, but it is a thinner, more fragile line than before. The spare is gone, living a different life in California, leaving the heir to carry the weight alone, supported by a wife, Catherine, who's become the steel spine of the modern monarchy, a woman whose quiet dignity mirrors that of the late Queen Mother, proving once again that the Windsors often rely on the strength of those who marry into the tribe, but the true weight of the future lies on much smaller shoulders. We must look now at Prince George, a boy growing up in the glare of a destiny he did not choose. There is a poignant, heavy magic in the life of a royal child. Sometime in the last few years, the realization would have settled upon him, perhaps explained gently by his parents, that he is not like his friends. He is a link in a chain. He is the future King George VII. The history we have travelled through, the German roots, the abdication crisis, the Blitz, the death of Diana, is not just a story to him, it is his inheritance. He carries the DNA of the stammering king and the people's princess. The survival of the Windsors into the mid-21st century will depend on this boy and his siblings Charlotte and Louis navigating a world that may eventually view hereditary monarchy as an antique curiosity. Scholarly debate often circles around the question, will George ever be king? The answer lies not in statutes or laws, but in the hearts of the people. The Windsors have survived because they have successfully convinced the nation that they are not rulers, but servants. They have traded power for influence and privilege for duty. If George can maintain that sacred contract, the line will hold. The story of the Windsors is ultimately a story of adaptation. They are the Darwinian survivors of the royal world, while the Romanovs, the Habsburgs, and the Hohenzollerns were swept away by the tides of history. The Windsors learned to build a boat. They changed their name when it sounded too German. They lowered the drawbridge to the radio when the people needed a voice. They let the cameras in when the people needed to see. They bowed their heads to Diana's coffin when the people demanded grief. They have an uncanny, almost supernatural instinct for self-preservation. They are a mirror. When the nation is imperial, they are emperors. When the nation is at war, they are soldiers. When the nation is suffering, they are mourners. They reflect us back to ourselves, but a better, more polished, more continuous version of ourselves. They provide the long time in a world of short-term thinking, in an age where prime ministers last weeks and trends last seconds. The monarch remains a fixed point, a human stalactite growing slowly, surely, in the cave of history. As we conclude this journey, we must acknowledge the strange, enduring alchemy of this institution. It makes no logical sense in a modern democracy to have a head of state determined by birth. It is unfair, it is expensive, and it is archaic. Yet it works. It works because it speaks to a part of the human psyche that craves myth, that craves a connection to the ancestors. The Windsors are the living totems of the British tribe. They are the golden thread that runs through the tapestry of the last century, stitching the narrative together. From the gaslight of Victoria's funeral to the fibre optic cables of the coronation, the face on the coin changes, but the coin remains. The unbroken line is not just a line of blood, it is a line of memory. As long as the British people need a place to project their joys, their sorrows, and their identity, the House of Windsor will stand. The castle on the hill has survived fire, war, and scandal. The stones are scorched, the roof has been rebuilt, but the foundation is deep in the chalk and the clay of the island. The flag is flying. The guard is changing. The story continues. The Windsors are dead. Long live the Windsors. The fire is burned down to embers now. The great pageant of history, the shouting crowds, the roaring plains, the scratching of pens on abdication papers, and the crackle of the wireless, has all faded into the velvet silence of the night. We have travelled through a century of storms, standing on the decks of ships and the balconies of palaces, watching the world change colour from black and white to gold to high-definition blue. But now, the history books are closing. The heavy leather covers are being shut, one by one, and placed back on the high shelves of the library. The dust is settling in the beams of moonlight that slant through the high windows. Can you feel the stillness of the castle? It is a deep, ancient quiet. The stone walls, thick and cool, have absorbed all the noise, all the fear, and all the triumph, leaving only a sense of peace. Outside, the great flag hangs limp against the pole, resting in the calm air. The guards are standing their watch, their boots silent on the gravel, protecting the sleep of the kings and queens who lie beneath the stones. They are all there, together now, the cousins who fought, the brothers who were torn apart, the fathers and daughters, the husbands and wives. The arguments are over, the duty is done. They are sleeping in the long, unbroken line of history, wrapped in the shadows of the chapel. You are part of this story too, simply by listening, by remembering. But now, your duty is also done. There are no more dates to remember, no more crises to manage. The red boxes are locked away. The phone is off the hook. The world will keep turning while you sleep, guided by the momentum of centuries. Let the weight of the crown lift from your mind. Let the timeline dissolve into the soft, dark drift of dreams. You are safe in the keep, protected by the walls of time. The night is here to wrap you in its cloak. Drift away from the lights of London, away from the noise of the century, and float into the quiet, starless space between the years. Rest now. The story will be there when you wake. Sweet dreams.